Okay, so we're going to get started. So this is a resume workshop today, and we typically do it every quarter, so we're a little bit late this quarter doing it. But in this workshop, I'll go through a bunch of resumes that people have sent in, and we'll talk about them and what needs to be done to make them much better resumes. We'll also take questions at the end, and we'll go over some kind of fundamentals for resumes. And if you sent your resume in already, that's great. If you're on this call and you haven't sent your resume in, I'll just put up where to send it during this meeting. You could send it to Jared at BCG-search, I believe. And at some point, we'll take a break and then I'll try to get additional resumes done during the call as well, because we'll try to go through as many. And typically this can be a fairly long webinar, but sometimes it's a lot shorter. It depends on I guess how quickly we get through the resumes. Before we start, there's a couple rules that I wanted to just review with everyone, because these rules are very important for getting law firm jobs. We'll talk a little bit today about resumes for in-house, resume for government jobs. But one thing that most resumes make a mistake doing that ends up holding a lot of people back is having resumes that talk about multiple practice areas, people that are trying to get jobs in multiple practice areas, and then also resumes that put you on one side of divisive, social and political and other issues. The problem with having resumes that aren't necessarily focused on one practice area, which a lot of people to have and they think that it's good to have multiple practice areas, is that most law firms hire specialists. A bankruptcy firm that even does consumer bankruptcies for $500 hires probably a little bit more than that, but hire specialists. A personal injury law firm will hire specialists. Every large AmLaw 100 and 200 law firm hires specialists. Most mid-sized firms hire specialists. And so it's very important, regardless of what your resume is, if you're a practicing attorney, to have a resume focused hopefully on one practice area if you want to work in a law firm. And then the next thing that's very important is, even if you're a law student, your resume needs to show give an idea that you may be more interested in one practice area than another. So what that means essentially is, for example, if you were a nurse before going to law school, and then you're part of the Health Law Society or something along those lines, or you're on a journal in law school, if you're able to make that kind of point that it looks like you're probably going to be a healthcare attorney, then you're going to get interviews doing that. Whereas a generally focused resume, you may not. Someone that was a contractor before going to law school, it could do construction. There's just to the extent you can, you really want to look like one thing. And what's interesting about this is that this idea of people being good at one thing and an expert in it is actually something that carries over into college admissions and to other things. So in college admissions, typically, a lot of schools like Harvard and Yale and Chicago and Stanford and all these different schools, a lot of what they do is when they're trying to decide who to bring in their class, they often will hire people that have one thing that sticks out. Most schools admit people for athletic reasons, but when you get beyond that, they're looking for experts, people that are interested in, it could be religious studies and have a bunch of stuff on their resume about that. People that are interested in, I remember when I was applying to colleges, my college counselor was telling me the people that had got into Harvard the past year, one of them was an expert in bugs. But most people, in order to get ahead and to get jobs, you need to look like you're focused on one thing. And it's very important. And then trying to get jobs in multiple practice areas is often very difficult as well. So I'll show you how that kind of works on the resume. And then the other thing that people do a lot of times is because of what you learn in school from professors, a lot of what is emphasized at most educational institutions, all you need to do is, there was an interesting editorial in the Wall Street Journal yesterday about Arizona State. There's obviously speakers get shut down at most universities now if they're not on if they're not coming from the right political arena. Same thing happened at Stanford recently. So typically, if you put yourself on one side of divisive social and political issues, it doesn't matter if you're very liberal, it doesn't matter if you're very conservative, then you're essentially eliminating yourself from from one type of employer, and maybe half the employers, maybe 3/4 of the employers, and it doesn't help you. Really, the best resumes just do these three things. They're focused on one practice area to the extent they can be. They show a pattern of being focused on a practice area. And if you're trying to get jobs in multiple practice areas, it's often going to be very difficult for you. Now, that's not to say that this isn't always the case. So if you want to go in-house many times, that skill is actually valued, but for some in-house jobs, at least in smaller corporations, but it's also very dangerous many times to do that. So let me make sure I'm sharing the right screen here. Okay, good. So we got that. Okay, so we'll go to the first resume. We've taken everyone's name off. So if you do send your resume, just try to take your name off. You can even change your employer if you want. It doesn't matter. It's all the same, but we'll go through that. Okay, so this person is a 2023 graduate of George Washington Law School, or is going to graduate fairly soon. I don't know the proper way to do this, but you can see this person is doing the Washington, D.C. inconsistently. So you just want to make sure that whatever you do, you're consistent in terms of how you're writing these things. One of the reasons that you have to look at your resume in such detail is this is really what attorneys are trained to do. Attorneys are trained to look for small errors and this sort of thing. And almost the better the attorney, the more they're going to find these small errors. So it's very important to do this. So when they see these sorts of errors, they think this person may also make similar errors when they are hired to do legal related things for our company or law firm. So you need to be very careful about how you're positioning things, and because that how you're writing things, because that obviously can come back and get you if you don't really do a good job with that. Okay, so this person is a JD candidate from George Washington School of Law. They've listed here national security and cybersecurity law. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't know. Most JD programs do not have specific things like this. So I don't know why this person would list that. They certainly may be interested in that, but I don't know that you need to call yourself a national security and cyber law major in law school just because that's not something that people normally do. So that I would maybe take a little bit of a look at why you're listing that, because it's not normal on resumes. And then typically your education, you would, if you can, try to put May of 2023 or whatever for your graduation date. So since this is passed, when you've already graduated, you would just put something up there about that you graduated in May of 2023. And I don't know how you would want to write that, but that would be where that goes, and leave that there. Now you start getting into other stuff here. You talk about honors and awards. And I don't know what the Legal Leadership Council on Legal Diversity is. That's something you're welcome to list on your resume, but if this is just something that anybody can join, then regardless of diversity or anything, I don't know that is something that you may want to put in there. I can tell you from talking to law firms consistently that a lot of most law firms are obviously very pro-diversity. Also, most HR departments are very pro-diversity. But at the same time, you need to be careful when you start listing different organizations on there, not because there's anything wrong with diversity, but because sometimes people get in trouble because there's not enough diversity in their firm, and they get sued and things like that happen. Anytime you put this kind of thing in your resume, it's not that it's a bad thing, and it's actually a good thing, and it actually is a good thing for a lot of HR departments like it. But there are people that will look at your resume and be a little scared by it. Now, I'm not scared by it because it has nothing to do with my profession, but I'm telling you that sometimes if that's not a real honor and award, you should be careful. A 1L scholar, I don't know what that means. So you're often better off putting in parentheses what that stands for. Maybe you were the top 5% of your class or something. I don't know. But whatever the 1L scholar means, that's actually very helpful. So I would put that on, and then I might say selected to one of 10 students selected to a leadership council for diversity or something. That looks good, but just joining an organization doesn't really say a lot, but you have to think about that. This is very good that you wrote a note. I don't know where that note went. If you did write this note and it went somewhere, that's great. I don't know the publication of it. And then you say supervised by a Department of Justice attorney. I don't know if that's necessary to put that. I would think it'd be more important. And to say you need supervision to write a note is not necessarily the most important thing. Being part of the blockchain law and policy is actually very good if this is what you're trying to do. And the Association for Women in Cryptocurrency is also very good. I do want you to see here that there's a comma here. And so that obviously that's not proper to have that. So everyone that has a resume, you really need to be very careful about proofreading things, about making sure you're consistent with periods and things like this, and then not calling yourself a candidate because you've already graduated. Now, I realize this may be the resume you have and you're studying for the bar, but you should put down that as well. Okay, then you have other things. You have the International Law Society where you're the finance director. So that's good. And the National Security Law Association where you're the media director. That's also good. So typically, but you have to decide, what you're trying to do. Are you trying to be a blockchain attorney, which it looks like with a cryptocurrency and blockchain law? Are you trying to be an international attorney? Or is security law? I don't know if this is related to securities law or if it's related to cryptocurrency, but that should also be in there as well. Now, this University of Texas at Austin is good. I love that your grade point average. And typically, if you do very well in college or law school, you want to list your GPA. The rule is for law school that you don't want to really list anything unless you did very well. Then you just put that there. A lot of people, I don't know if we'll see any resumes like this today, but a lot of people will say, I got a 3.25 or something. And that might even be very good at your law school, but you would have to say what that is. And then this honors and awards, this is good, great. You can see the spacing here between student and thesis. That should be fixed. And then the scholarship, I don't know why there's a comma there, so there shouldn't be a comma there. One of the things that's important for everyone is to really go through and review your resume very closely for spacing, and there are people in the career business, meaning inside of law schools, inside of law firms, recruiters that won't catch this. But anytime you have this sort of thing, there are people that will bounce you from firms because they see it. And so you need to be very careful of that. Other things like here, like you're an editor for the Daily Texan, I'm assuming that is a newspaper. So you have to be consistent in terms of italicizing things. And this is fun, the undergraduate, and then the financial director. And then this obviously would be, I would say, the university's oldest women's organization. I don't know. I think this would be not for singular women. It's actually going to be women. So you have to put an apostrophe there. I'm not trying to be overly critical here. It's okay, Women's Association. I'm not trying to be overly critical with how this is with this small stuff, but a good attorney, what they do is they go through and make sure that there's no objections to this sort of thing. Not everyone does, but you need to be very careful in terms of all this stuff and really go through and make sure certain grammar rules are followed, because if they're not, there are people that won't like that. If you want to go to the London School of Economics for your summer study abroad, and that's fine too. But what people are trying to recognize when they look at your resume, law firms, some of them are just hiring you because they need people, but a lot of them are trying to find a pattern. And what a pattern is, that means they're looking for a scent of something, like what you seem interested in, what you would do, where you're likely to go, and where your interests lie. Because where the interest your resume shows makes it easier or harder for a law firm to put you in a certain practice area. So here, what I'm seeing in this particular resume is I'm seeing someone that looks like they're interested in finance, and then blockchain and cryptocurrency and that sort of thing. So this looks like a finance resume. This person also majored in finance. So I like this person very much for something related to finance or blockchain. And I think, and this is about the Treasury. So there's a lot of good things going on here. And in terms of putting this person into a finance or cryptocurrency job. So I like that. And then, of course, they worked at the Securities and Exchange Commission in the cryptocurrency unit. So that's good as well. And this is more litigation related. You can see here that there should be a hyphen between state and specific, and insist on company docs, filings, and emails for books and record violation I don't know what that means. Mock testimony. Okay, that looks good. So there's this person is their second summer of law school. They worked in the SEC, which is really cool. And I like that, but it's not a law firm. And so you have to be careful there. I also don't know why the person would have worked in Pakistan. That seems pretty far removed from, and you can see here cross-examinations would have a hyphen. And then, it's interesting, but I don't know if it's litigation related. I guess it's okay to list that and all this different experience. That's fine as well. When you get into kind of your summer experience, what I would like to see is using more words related to finance in here, because finance or securities law, and going from there. And then let's see, investment banking analyst. That's actually very good that the person listed this. So that looks like they did it for 2 summers, which is great, meaning they probably got offers and they did good work and they have a really good finance background and horse riding and this sort of thing. So it's a good resume. I like it. And I like the listing of the languages. I think that's good. And this person should get a position. The only problem is they didn't do a summer associate position in a law firm. If they want to work in the government, then you should indicate if you got an offer or that was something that could happen. And then the student honors program is actually a very prestigious thing to be part of. So that looks very good. And I like that as well. So this is a good resume. The only thing I would recommend is cleaning some of this up a little bit and just making sure that everything is perfect in terms of the punctuation. And maybe the other thing that would be interesting, I think, would be to try to really make everything read related to securities, finance, because that's the way it looks. And I think a law firm, I would be very interested in that. And you typically need to clean stuff up. So if you were a summer associate in Pakistan, people are going to wonder why you did that. I don't know why you did that. But you probably want to talk a little bit about that. And maybe you have family there. I don't know, but that's how I would recommend that. So overall, this is a pretty good resume. The traveling is taking a gap year. I don't know that you really want to talk about that. Let me see this gap year, when that happened. Yeah, because a gap year means pretty much that you had money to travel, you weren't working. Not that big of a deal, but at the same time, you may not want to put that there. This startup blow dry bar, I don't know if that's something you did. It's interesting, but at the same time, people are going to wonder, did you own a dry bar? So I would be a little bit careful about that. It's fun, but you could write startups and you don't have to say what the startup was. And then horse riding hunter is fun as well. Other than that, there's some things I just want to point out that there's doing well. There seems to be no periods after each paragraph, and so they're being consistent with that. And other than that, it's a pretty good resume. But what I want to show everybody with this particular resume that's interesting is you have the ability in every resume to make it look like you're focused on one thing. When you come back to those rules about being focused on one thing, this person does look pretty focused. Where I see the most focus is really where they were an investment banking analyst. I don't like all this litigation stuff. I would try to be a little bit careful about that, talking about family law cases and all that sort of thing. This is something that's really taking you away from that. So you want people to read your resume and you immediately want them to have the scent of what you're trying to do. And anything that detracts from that will often hurt you. So you need to be very careful about that. And then with Watson Scholarship, merit, I don't know what that means, awarded by IBM, something along those lines that would be helpful as well. But that's great. So this is not a bad resume. If you are taking the bar, you should probably say, if once you've taken the bar, you would want to put the bar that you took. Okay, let's see. Education and memberships, State Bar of California, State Bar of Florida. Okay, so we'll talk about that. LLM and taxation, JD from Florida, and BS from Florida. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the person is currently working in Kampf, Inman Associates. So maybe we put this in there, doing insurance defense, and they've been there since 2023. And then before that, they did estate planning. And before that, they did corporate. And then before that, they were document review. Okay, so this is actually a very interesting resume. And I think this person, because they're a practicing attorney, we can probably help them quite a bit. Let me just see her resume. Okay. So let's talk about this. This is actually very interesting. So everything in a resume needs to give the sense that the person is focused. Person is focused on one thing. And if you're not focused on one thing, what happens on one thing? If you're not focused on one thing, you're not focused. What happens is you're not in control. One thing, you are not in control. And what happens is the employer's in control. The employer's in control and will basically give you whatever they have. We'll give you whatever they have. And by control, I mean, by control, what I mean is you stand for something, and because you stand for something, it's easier for the employer to put you into a box and know that you're competent in one thing. Competent in one thing. And it doesn't matter what that is. It could be any practice area. But if you're not competent in one thing, then you're basically going to get other law firms are going to be in control, and you'll have to take what you get. So I'll give you a couple quick stories of the kind of thing that happens when you're not in control. When you're not in control and you start looking for a job, you can apply to insurance defense firms that pay very little money. Some of them pay 50 to 60,000. Some of them pay 80, but most of them don't pay and you can get a job with them even if you're not focused, just because they need bodies. Now, not all firms are like that in insurance defense. As a matter of fact, most of them aren't, but a lot of them are. You can get jobs working for personal injury attorneys sometimes if you're not focused. Those positions don't pay a lot because they're typically everything's on contingency and the revenue fluctuates. You can get jobs doing things like that. You can get jobs being a contract attorney. It's once you're unfocused, you're really looking at things like insurance defense, what else? Contract attorneys, personal injury, solo practitioners. And this is actually very helpful for people. And I hope that everyone understands what I'm talking about. And I hope you do, because these people, a lot of these firms, not all insurance, there's some incredibly very good insurance defense firms, but most of these employers want you to be unfocused because they know that's the only place, because they know that you're the only job they can get. And this is very important. I really want people to understand this, because most people never understand this. And a lot of people go through their careers making this. You can also get, these are law firm employers. Then sometimes you can get unfocused jobs in companies that don't pay well. And so forth. So this is the problem when you're unfocused. What's very good about this first resume, by the way, is this person's talking about the treasury, they're talking about blockchain, they're talking about cryptocurrency, they're talking about security laws. They were the finance director. The only thing that's really a little weird here, and I don't say weird in a bad way, that detracts from this message is this leadership and legal diversity. Everything else is related to the same thing. So people look at this and they think, wow, this is really good. And sometimes putting in diversity related stuff can alienate certain people. So you have to decide if that's what you want. But again, there are law firms that really want people that are standing for that. So it's just, you have to make a decision. And then this is good: business, finance, scholarships with IBM, and just very good resume. And then just working on, she worked in this Pakistan stock exchange. So that's why she was a summer associate there. If someone were to make that connection, that would be very good. And I didn't make it when I originally saw it. If someone can figure that out, that would be great. And then this is all securities and exchange. This, you would just say you're a summer associate, and then following the job, wrote a memoranda about that or something about the stock exchange. So I actually would probably put that there. And again, this is all finance, all cryptocurrency, securities law, very good. And this person is a law student. They literally just graduated. And yet someone can look at their resume and put them in a box, which is great, because everything they did before is related to finance, and everything they did in law school is related to finance, and their summer jobs are related to finance, and they were an exceptional student and they majored in finance in college. You look at this and you're just like, finance or, securities law and finance. It's very easy to put this person in a box. And I'm spending time on this particular resume just because it's someone that maybe they'll have a hard time getting a job now because of the market. And really, this person, you can say that. You can look at the resume and know exactly what the person's doing. I would take off this national security and cyber security law stuff, but this is great. And again, it's a law student resume. So if you just eliminate some stuff. Now let's go to this resume. So this resume has a lot of problems. One of the big problems is the person's talking about that they are admitted to the State Bar of California and the State Bar of Florida. And the question, if this person is applying for firms in Florida, what's going to happen is firms are going to believe, and Florida firms are going to believe that this person is going to leave and move to California. No Florida law firm is going to be impressed that you took that State Bar. They're going to wonder why you did, what's going on, and it's going to immediately disqualify you from a lot of very smart firms that will take that as a negative thing. So there's nothing wrong. The State Bar of California is awesome. It's probably the hardest bar exam in the country to pass. So it's very impressive that this person passed while working full time. But you just have to be very careful, because if you list that, then that's not good. Now, something that, again, I'm not trying to be critical here, something that is very important to a lot of people is passing the bar. They believe that passing the bar is a major achievement and should be listed first on their resume. Typically, you don't list it first. Typically, you list it at the end because it's expected. It's not something you have to brag about on your resume. And if this person was an attorney at all these firms in Florida, then, I see why this person put California on there. Okay, so if you're working in a firm, regardless, you should put these at the end of the resume, because what it communicates, if you put it at the beginning, again, I'm not trying to be mean to this person, but with the beginning is that this person believes that's one of their greatest accomplishments. But it's really a requirement for all attorneys. So it's almost presumed that if you're working as an attorney anywhere, that you pass the bar, and that you pass. So you don't need to brag about that. Everyone in your position that's worked in all these law firms would be presumed to have passed the bar. Okay, the bar is important, how you list that. Then this person talks about how they got an LLM in taxation in 2017. So here you can see that it looks like this person graduated. When did they graduate from law school? JD, 2015. Okay, then they got an M. So I guess that would have been the next year. So they went straight through, it looks like. And then when they got out of the LM, they were a document review attorney. Okay, so we'll talk about how to do that. So this person, let's see, 2010, then 2015. Okay, then LM in 2017. Okay, so typically you don't need to write professional experience. You can just write experience. You should always look at your resume from the standpoint of how can you shorten things? How can you do things differently? Now, there's someone that knows a resume and knows how to read resumes, but I wonder, why did you call yourself an attorney here, an associate, and then why did you call yourself an attorney here? And so people will wonder, is this a contract attorney or is this an associate? And you do have kind of levels of prestige in a law firm. And so those levels are going to be, you're going to have, and this would be associate, then you have attorney, and maybe contract attorney. And so the idea would be, is this person an associate or contract attorney? I'm betting that the person is probably actually an associate, but I don't know. And maybe the use of this term in another place was inadvertent. But if you're applying for jobs as an attorney, people are going to prefer that you be an associate as opposed to, because it suggests more permanence and that sort of thing. Okay, so here this person's using these dates and they're saying 2023 to present, 2021, and then 2019 to 2021. And this is a little bit problematical because most employers are going to ask the month. And if you don't have the month, then they're going to wonder, were you at a place for 6 months where they just don't know? And so you need to be very careful with that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we were talking about earlier with this resume. And I hope everyone can understand what's going on here because it's actually very important. So this person now is a insurance defense attorney. And that's a little bit concerning because you can see here that the person got an LLM in taxation and then majored in business administration in college. So you would think that they would be doing something with business or finance or corporate or tax or something at this point of their career. Because if you look at the first job they had, it was corporate. They were doing corporate related work and tax planning, which is great. So they got a job with this law group in Newport Beach after they graduated from the LM program and did corporate related work for a little bit of a time. And then after that job, they went and worked doing estate planning, and which is also corporate related work and trust and tax and that's actually very good as well. And it's related to this. What I would recommend would be you really want to be trying to be consistent in terms of the practice area. So when I'm reading this practice area, what I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing a lot of stuff involving trust and estates. And I like that. And that is actually makes this a very strong resume in a lot of cases. And this is all trust and estates. You could make this all trust and estates. If I were to do that, and how would I do that? I would probably put this first right here and make this all about trust and estates. So you can see here, this is trust and estates. And you could even say for estate planning clients or something like that, or estate planning related clients. And then you could say crafted, and that might actually be helpful to do it that way. And then here, when you're talking about this stuff, that's all trust and estates. I don't like this insurance defense. It needs to come off. I would keep it off because you want someone to look at your resume and think this person's a trust and estates attorney. And that's all you need. You have essentially 4 years of trust and estates experience, and it probably doesn't make sense to have a lot of other stuff related to that, because what you're doing when you do that is you're giving people the impression that you do other things unrelated to that. And maybe you're having a hard time holding down estate planning document jobs. I don't know. But you have to be very careful because your number one task with a resume, if you want to work in a law firm, is to really make the employer believe that you're focused on one thing. And by being focused, you're going to be a good hire because you know what you want to do. You have experience in that. And just this, if you were just to do Dunlap Moore and the Jeffrey Verdon and Associate, that's actually very good because you also have the LLM in taxation. Now, the rule, by the way, for listing your education is you typically put it last after 5 years. And some people, if they didn't go to a top law school, meaning, I don't know, top 50, whatever, we'll put it at the end of the resume after a year or two. It depends on you. But the rule is 5 years. So this is just a rule that's always, it's always been a rule. And so you would probably put it like that. So that's important for everyone to understand. If you start, and this is what most employers understand, but that's the rule. If it was me, I would put education at the end. So you move that to the end, and do it like that. And then put your experience first, and then just do it like that. You could also take out attorney if you wanted to. It doesn't, and not put anything, because it's going to be assumed that you're doing legal type work there. But then I would just put everything like this. I would start with Dunlap, and I wouldn't put anything about this new position, because it detracts completely from your resume. And then this document review attorney position that this person got out of law school is not what the message you want to send. The reason is because if you did that between 2018 and 19, it means you got this LM, and then you spent 6 months or so unemployed, and law firms don't like that. And there's nothing wrong with being a contract attorney if that's something you want to do in the long run. But the problem with that is that it basically indicates that you couldn't get a job. And this is just what it's saying. And I'm not trying to be rude, but it's saying you couldn't get a job, not get a job, and took what you could get. Took what you could get, and we're willing to work for probably for hourly rates or whatever. Right. So it's just not the kind of thing you want to communicate. And so honestly, there's no reason to leave it there. You can, maybe you have a sick family member you want to take care of, who knows, but you don't want to put that there. I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying it's not unethical not to list it. If someone asks you, you can tell them, and do that. And then this job was in 2013-14. Let's see what happened here. The person was in school again. 2013 and 2014. Okay, so that's good. So that was like a summer associate type position. And what's nice here is that this is all related to trust in estates. So if you take out, and then this is a publications, I don't know what this is, the Ullman Year in Review, that's fine. Remember here too, you have these spacing issues. I would be very careful about this. And then you can see all of these things that go along here with missing periods. I'll just show you this. Agreement mistakes, commas, and spacing issues. So just remember that the best attorneys check all this stuff. When just in terms of what happens at law firms is a lot of times people will spend 4 or 5 hours writing the letter, but then they may spend 20 hours proofreading it. So if you go into it with this, you could, I don't know if you could call yourself a legal intern or research assistant. If possible, I would just say summer associate or something along those lines. And if you can, and you can call the firm and ask them if you can say, you're a summer associate, because it sounds like that was maybe if you were doing that full time or in the summers, I don't know, but that looks good. And then here, everything looks tax related. And it also looks related to finance if you remove all this stuff. So this resume, this corrected version, would get interviews and would get jobs through a recruiting firm even. And I don't say that in a negative way, but I said there is demand for people like this that have a focus on estate planning. If the person did all this, all of a sudden they would be extremely marketable, whereas before they weren't. No one cares. I don't know if Florida A&M, I'm assuming it's a great law school, but a good law school, and University of Miami is obviously a very good law school, but you definitely want to list this stuff at the end. So this is honestly for everyone, this is the most important thing. That when you go through your resume, you have to be able to see that this person does one thing. And then you also have to be careful about anything that you do that telegraphs weakness. So putting this at the top makes it look like you think this is the most important thing. So that needs to be removed. Then using these titles telegraphs weakness. So you have to be careful with that. If there's a way to avoid it, that's important. Talking about things that have nothing to do with your current practice area telegraphs weakness. Talking about other things that are related to writing and memos and things telegraph weakness because it's not related to your practice area. Talking about how you were a contract attorney telegraphs weakness. And then and calling yourself a legal assistant, research assistant, if you're not, instead of a summer associate, telegraphs weakness. And then listing this first is not that big of a deal, and then this. So this actually right now is a very good resume. If you remove this stuff, this person could get trust in estates jobs all day if they were focused on it. It's also a good resume. It shows the person could probably also be be a very good, have a solo practitioner type position or something. And that changes things quite a bit. I'm going to grab something because I'm getting cotton mouth from talking so much. I'm just going to grab a soda, but I'll be back in 30 seconds and we'll get to this resume. And I just went down the hall and Jared said that we received 3 more resumes. So yeah, that's great. So you can, if you do want to send more, you can go Jared and BCG-search if you logged onto the call a little later. And I'll also try to review the resume. This particular resume becomes Trust and Estates, which is very marketable. And this person will get jobs and probably knows what they're doing if they do all Trust and Estates. And I'll tell you a little bit about, I talked about focus and the person does one thing. And if you're focused on one thing, you're in control. So all I do at BCG and all I've been doing for 24 years or something like that is law firm placements. That's all I do. It's the only thing I understand. I know a lot of things, but I understand this very well. The longer I do it, the more I learn, the better I get at it, the more effective I am with all this sort of stuff. Whereas most people in my business do a lot of different things. And most attorneys that do the best are very focused. And so you need to be focused. And this resume now says Trust and Estates, which is very good and very helpful in terms of getting hired. This person should get hired. I don't really see any reason why with these changes, this person can't get lots of jobs in Trust and Estates. There are lots of them. And the only other thing I said is the State Bar of California. I guess it's probably okay to list since the person worked in California, but there has to be some sort of explanation of why they went to California as opposed to where they are. Sometimes as well, if you have a solo practitioner or something on your resume, it's actually okay. But what you can also do is you can say that this person was a former partner at a big firm or something, and just give law firms a little bit of indication of who this person is. The rule is with legal employers, the more law firms know big employers, which are your Am Law firms and et cetera, and maybe your awesome boutiques, but most of the time they don't know. They don't know smaller employers. So if you work for a smaller employer, then you need to say something about it. This person could say, I don't know what Dunlap Morin is, but you could say, this is the largest estate planning firm in Sarasota. You could say, Jeffrey does some of the highest net worth people. You could talk in Newport Beach, handling estates of up to $500 million or something along those lines to make the employer sound good. So if the employer is not well known, then you need to say something about it to make it sound awesome. And this is something that I always do for my candidates. I'll just tell you, I remember once I had a candidate in Boise, Idaho, which now is a very cool place to live. And people from California and stuff from all over the country are moving there. But years ago, like 20 years ago, no one knew the firms there. No one knew anything about them. And I remember I had a candidate from Boise, Idaho, and I initially sent him out to firms and there was just crickets. No one was interested in him. There was no response. And I had to call and be like, "Well, he's in Boise. Why would I be interested in California?" And then I researched his firm and I said, this is the largest firm in Boise. They have I think the guy was a real estate attorney. They have 17 attorneys doing real estate. They're the most prestigious. Everybody from the firm went to top 20 law schools. And all of a sudden, this firm, I don't think there were 17 people in the real estate practice. I think it was more like 5. But whatever it was, I was able to really make it sound great. And then all of a sudden, this attorney started getting all these interviews. You got an interview at Latham. You got an interview at Brobeck, which is no longer in existence. You got an interview at, I don't know, I think big firms, like a lot of really good firms, and ended up taking a position at Brobeck, and which used to be a very well-regarded firm before it went out of business. And it went out of business, it doesn't matter why. But the point is if you say something about your employer that makes it sound good, if no one knows who it is, then that makes people want to hire you more. So just because no one knows anything, and this person was applying in California about Dunlap and Moran, no one knows anything about Jeffrey Verdon. But if you say something about that, that's going to help you quite a bit. Okay, so this is another interesting resume. I don't think this is probably the right information, but I'm going to take it off because I'm sure we changed it, but I'm going to do that. Okay. So another thing, let's talk about this resume. So this person's a discovery attorney, contract attorney, quality control attorney, case lead, contract attorney, special counsel, legal assistant. Wow. Okay. So this particular resume is actually a very good resume for doing certain types of work. It's very good for if the person wants to do e-discovery, if they want to do contract attorney work. It's very good because of the level of experience. But one of the things that I would recommend to this person is it's going to be very difficult for this person to get a position in anything other than doing contract related work or discovery related work. I would, if it was me, and again, keep putting professional. The reason you don't want to put professional that is because you can shorten it to be just experience. And so you don't need to do that. Now, let me tell you what's wrong with this resume and how to fix it. What's wrong in this resume is this person had a position for 4 months. Then they had a position for 2 months. Then they had a position for 1 year. Then they had a position for, 4 months. Then they had another position for 4 months. Then they had another position for 4 months. Then they had another position for 2 years. Okay, which is actually good. And then they worked at this just incredible law firm, which is one of the best firms in the world, Cravath, Morris, with litigation legal system, which actually isn't bad. And then they put their education at the end like this. So that's University of Michigan Law School. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so this person essentially is an e-discovery. You can call themselves an e-discovery attorney or discovery attorney. And if they do that, they will get jobs. But the problem with all this is, and they can get lots of jobs doing e-discovery. There are jobs doing this that pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So the person could do very well if they concentrated on that. And so that's very good. And if they do that, and it looks like they're doing a lot of patent litigation. We'll talk about that in a moment, why that looks very good. They're doing patent litigation. They're doing patent litigation right here. They're doing, and I'm just showing you why this is good. They're doing a broad array of civil litigation, which isn't as good. And then they're doing Lanham Act, trademark litigation. That's great. So that's good. Let me see here. And then they're doing biotechnology related stuff here. So that's good. So they have that. And that's good. So this is all opioid litigation. Great. And then Hatch-Waxman, I guess I'm assuming that is related to that. This doesn't look at first glance. It doesn't look at first glance like a good resume. It looks like there's a lot of problems with it, but in reality, it's not. In reality, it's a very good resume for someone that wants to do e-discovery or contract related work in the biotechnology related field. And if they go into interviews and they say that they want to do that, this person can actually do very well. But there's a problem. The problem with this resume is the person has had all these short-term jobs. The reason they've had all the short-term jobs, these are actually for big firms. Finnegan Henderson is an IP firm. That's a very good firm. Then what is this other firm? Loeb and Loeb, same thing. So they may be doing that. So that's a good firm for that. And then Fish and Richardson is a good firm. So what I would recommend doing to this person to make this a very strong resume is instead of listing all of these different companies that they work for, because here it looks like maybe the person didn't do a good job for Law Counsel. Maybe they didn't do a good job for Inspired Review. Maybe they didn't do a good job for special counsel. Maybe they've had all these different companies they've worked for and for different firms. And so the best way of doing this is really to say something along the lines of just contract discovery between something along between, it looks like, was it 2019 or 2017, 2017 and it was 2021 or 2021, just discovery specialist or something along the specialists in IP related litigation. So that actually is what the person does. And it's actually very good. And here you probably would just take all this off. You don't want to say that it's going to hurt this person. And then you make them into a discovery related specialist. And then you would put these dates. I guess you put it up here, whatever the month is. I don't know what that is. What's the month? Starts in August of 2016. Okay, so August of 2016 to October 2021. And there's a person is, and by the way, these recordings of this will go live. And I guess this would be, you could basically do something like that. And then top, and you could just say several top IP firms, IP related, patent related. And then you would just say discovery specialist and IP related litigation, like that. And then you could put a few lines in terms of what you did. So you would say have worked for, and then you would say Loeb. I know it's not spelled that way. Finnegan Henderson, the other firms here, there's a bunch of them. Anyways, you would say something along those lines. And then in addition, and then you would say the firms and then Fish and Richardson. And you would name the firms working on discovery specialist and you could just say, and attorney in IP related litigation. So you don't have to say contract attorney. You can just say attorney, which is just better than saying that. And then you would go like that. And then you would talk about with bullet points the type of work you did. That would be something along the lines of just working on things like for FTC request and acquisition. So you would just basically put together maybe 5 or 6 bullet points related to that. And then you would have, that would be very short and it would do that. And then here, your special counsel. Special counsel is a position that's typically given to, or something along those lines. Special counsel typically is a position that goes to other types of related people. I don't think you need to list your legal assistant. 2006, that's not going to help you. And then this going to Michigan Law School is great. Going to Columbia is great. But again, you probably want to take off anything unrelated to patent-related litigation, but patent IP, even this is probably not necessary. And then this is great, the summary. So all of a sudden, you take something that was all over the map and you make it very good, and then patent and IP related discovery, et cetera. So what happens when you make these changes is this person becomes, instead of a contract attorney who's all over the map and looks like they went to these great schools and got all these LLMs, all of a sudden this person looks like that they're really freaking serious about doing IP related litigation. So then they become an IP discovery specialist, or something along those lines. I don't know how this person wants to portray themselves. IP related discovery specialist with a background, a science background, and IP long-standing interest in science. And then this resume with these changes will actually get a lot of respect. Oops, here we go. It will get a lot of respect in the market because this person is making themselves look awesome, and they are awesome. It's not it's not what it was before. It's very good. It makes them look focused, and you would want to hire this person. And then you have your bunch of bullet points here. And then once you do that and you make them focused, you could just say experience in, you could say, I don't know, you would say experienced in, and then you could even name the cases if you wanted to that you were involved in, or you could just have bullet points for the stuff related to what you've done. So you just need to make this look very, very good. Now you have a consistent employment and you're constantly doing the same sort of thing. And you go into law firms and you say, I'm interested in IP related litigation. I love discovery. It's fun for me. And you look like an expert in that. And making these changes makes this into a very good resume. And this person becomes an IP related discovery specialist. And they can go into firms and sell themselves on that very well. Now, a lot of people are very proud of where they live and I'd like to list addresses on their resume. That can create problems because in a lot of areas of Los Angeles, living in a certain area connotes certain things. It could connote you're very wealthy. It could connote you're an ethnic group. It could connote all sorts of things. A lot of times I just recommend leaving that off. I don't think that's something that you really want to leave on there. But and I don't recommend it, even if you think I live in a great area, that's really cool, or you want people to look at you that way. But this resume could be vastly improved this way by not listing all these things. The problem with all these dates on any resume is it looks like you're not doing a good job, or maybe you have problems with people, or maybe you don't, I don't know, or who knows, but you don't need to list that. And this is good that you had a job for 2 years with a law firm. And it's also very good that you focused on this stuff. This resume all of a sudden can be much better. And that you could even take off this because you could say current from I don't know, you could put all these bullet points and you could say currently working at Tanner Holst and Associates and list that. So I really like this resume now, and it's very strong. Whereas before, this looked like just a contract attorney all over the map that couldn't commit to a job and all sorts of things. So this would make this a very employable resume the way it is now, and much better. I also want to say that I know people may have questions while I'm going through this, and I will also take questions at the end of this. Now, let me see why this resume isn't properly formatted. That's not good. I'm sorry about this. I don't know what happened here. Okay, this looks like it's just, let me just push this over. There we go. Okay, so this is sorry, let's fix this. Okay, so this is the next resume. And I do like this resume much better. I think this is a very good resume now. And this person should get a lot of jobs in that specialty. Okay. So let's go to the next one. And this is obviously, these platforms are very important also for discovery attorneys. Okay, so let's go to this next resume. Juris Doctor 97, Master of Science from the MIT. Wow. All right, that's pretty awesome. Okay, this stuff, again, the rule is with schools that after 5 years, they go at the end. 5 years, they go at the end and not the beginning. So a lot of times people that went to really good schools like MIT and they want people to see that right away because they're very proud of it. But honestly, it doesn't help you. You want to list that at the end. And then this person has an interesting conundrum here because they're older, which is okay. But this looks like they're probably in their late 50s. Sometimes people want to put that in there. Sometimes they don't. This person's talking about their bar admissions right at the top. Then they're talking about their skills. And I don't know why this is all mixed up, but we'll talk about this in a little bit. Again, bar admissions, a lot of times you don't need to say anything about them because if you've worked in a law firm, that's very good. This person is very active, which I like. I do want to talk a little bit about putting fitness-related activities on your resume. It's actually very good because in law firms like that, the reason, because in other employers is because if you're fit, the presumption is you're vital, have a lot of energy, and you're interested in working. So fitness-related activities are good to put on your resume. And people that put a lot of fitness-related stuff typically do get more interviews and offers. So it's good to put that on. Okay, so this person, let's talk about this resume, this experience. Okay, so they have been at the TSA since June of 2002. I don't know if this is their current employer, because sometimes most of the people are changing that when they send the resume, but in Detroit, wow, all right, and Boston. Okay, so this person is an employment attorney for the government, which is great. A lot of times when you see government resumes, not all the time, especially with military resumes, people will list a lot of different things. I would recommend that this person shorten this. Basically, you don't need to have all this information, but you can. But I would recommend probably shortening this a little bit if you can. I don't know if that's possible, but you would probably want to shorten this a little bit. Provide labor and employment advice to 21 airports with 2,000 employees says a lot. And then reviewing employee disciplinary actions, that's probably related to the first one. And then mediation, okay, that's probably okay. I don't know, but it's probably okay. And then all this stuff. So this particular resume is actually very good for someone that wants to, and you have to say, every resume, you should ask yourself, where does my resume say I should work? Should work. So this particular resume, and you basically have the choices are law firm, in-house, government, and I guess what else? Government, public interest, nonprofit. I'm probably missing some. Okay, so this particular resume says that this person should work probably for the government, but it also gives them the opportunity to work in-house. So this is actually a very good resume for someone that may want to work in-house doing employment-related work, which is good. So this resume is very good for that. It's also, what I like about this is there's a lot of consistency in terms of the work that this person's doing. So this is a great resume in a million different ways, but this person has a lot of experience doing the same thing. And that's very good. They basically started in 1998. Then they also worked for the government, looks like during law school, which is great. And then, so that's good. And then they were also part of the Navy. So typically, you don't really need to list things like being in the Navy on your resume. But if you want to be a government attorney, that's very good. Or even if you want to work in-house, because most employers, not all of them, but most employers have a lot of respect for people that have served the government. This person looks like they graduated from MIT and went in the Navy, which is just awesome because they could have worked as an engineer, made a lot of money. Lots of other things they could have done. So this person really is pretty solid. And this person also, in terms of their work experience, is very solid. So a lot of the things we've done here, like we did with this resume, you can see we tried to make it look essentially like this person had basically one employer from August of 2016 to October of 2021. So we took what looked like the person was all over the place and not doing a good job, and it made them more focused on one thing than this other resume. This other resume, we broke it down and also made this person look like they were focused on a resume. And one thing, I'm sorry, then this person has already done it for us. They've actually gone in and their experience here is just intense and it's great. Everything about this is consistent. And so what happens with employers? So when an employer is interested in hiring someone, they're asking a bunch of questions. They're asking, can they do the job? Will they do the job long term? They want the job. Do we like them? And those are the major ones. There's a couple others too. But these are the questions people are asking when they're reviewing your resume. So do they want the job? Will they do the job long term? Let me see. Do we like the person? There's another one too. I do this some, but this person, yes, they can. So this person is basically, and you can look at this right away, employment attorney inside government or business. That's it. This is what they do. They're not going to get a job in a law firm with this resume, which is okay. But this is basically what this person does. But the biggest question that a law firm has when they're looking at your resume is, will this person, one of the biggest questions is, will they do the job long term? So this is a very important question. The reason it's so important is because when in a law firm, an employer is hiring someone, there's certain types of people. There are people that go into every employer and they do such a good job that people want to keep them around. And they also, this means that what this means is they do good work. It means that they commit. It means that they do not get sucked into office politics and office politics. It means that they resolve issues at work with their superiors and others. It means they protect the employer with employer. It means they don't, meaning they probably stick up for them when other people are saying bad things. We just said we're employer. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff here. And it just means a lot of stuff. And it means that people like them. It means that they're loyal, committed, all sorts of things that are very important. And someone doing the job long term, like this person, honestly, is exceptional. They commit, and they not only that, they've committed to the government. They did it out of college. They worked for the government. Then they worked for the government during their summer. Then they've done this basically working for the transportation related federal government since they graduated from law school. So this resume is freaking awesome. This person could get a job inside the government or a business fairly easily. It's going to be harder for them to get a job in a business, and there may be a mandatory retirement age inside the government. But if this person went all out, they could get a job with a business. I don't know about working for a law firm because that may not be possible because they've never worked in one. But in terms of a government thing, people would definitely, in-house, they would definitely get some interest. And obviously they can do the job because they're focused. And so this person is all focused on employment related work, just a very good resume. And this really is what everyone should aspire to in your careers, if possible, because people that are able to commit to a single thing and a single employer are the most valuable people in the market, because anybody that hires this person next after having worked in the same position for 21 years and been happy to go into Detroit and then for 15 years and then to Boston, this person will commit wherever they go and are going to do very well. And then there's some other stuff here too. Like people are probably like them. People think, oh, this is interesting. The person went to work in the Navy and they are flying. And so that's cool too. So this is a very good resume. There's nothing really wrong with it. I don't know that you need all of this information here. That may not be necessary, but it's perfectly fine to list this as well. And it's very focused. And you can see here too, another thing that's very interesting about the best resumes is the best resumes don't need to say a lot. This particular resume doesn't need to really say much at all. All they need to say is they've had this job for this long, and everyone knows how awesome this person is based on all that. Now you may want to have some of these bullet points, but there's no reason to have a lot of information in your resume when everything's very good and people can get the sense of exactly what's going on. So this is an exceptional resume from that standpoint. Now there's some things that aren't good about it. I don't think you need all these skills. I think that your longstanding employment is going to say that. I like this personal stuff. So this is another thing that's going to make people like this person. This is just a point for everyone. I think the people that do attorneys that are very into fitness typically do better. I don't know if it's because you get serotonin or whatever it is but they typically do better in terms of interviews and in their career. So this is a great resume and really sets a good example for everyone on this webinar because it does a lot of very good things. And then, we'll move on. Okay, this resume. Okay, this is probably a made up name, but I'm going to take it off anyway. Solo practitioner. A couple things here for this person is they call themselves a principal, partner, owner, member. So if this is this person's name, you don't really need to say that. If you just say law offices of person's name, and that's it. You don't need to say that you're the principal, owner, member, or partner if it's just your law firm. I also a little bit nervous here because you're co-counsel with this law firm doing civil rights and employment discrimination cases. If there was a way to list that, this person is saying April 22 to present, they had their own firm. And then February 19th to April 23rd, they work for the law offices of Judith Lindquist, and then they have their own firm. If this person's trying to get a job, some of the problems here are going to be related to the same sort of things we saw in this resume, because they're going to ask, is a person going to commit to the job? Are they going to do all that sort of thing? So I don't think a lot of this stuff here is good. This particular person is doing labor and employment litigation and did this for 4 years, which is very good. But then suddenly they have their own practice, which it scares people a little bit. If you don't need to put that, being a solo practitioner scares people. And I'll just show you why. It doesn't mean that you can't get a job, because a lot of people are solo practitioners and do good jobs in law firms. I see it all the time. So it's not, but it's harder. So if you take a look at this resume, the person's asking, can they do the job? Will they do the job long term? Do they want the job? And do we like them? So part of the problem with this particular resume, with their own practices, they're saying here after all these years, let me see when they graduated from law school, 2016, they're suddenly going in and doing all these different practice areas, which is not good. This is going to hurt the person, because all of the work that they had done and experience they'd gotten doing, and here you can see like all these punctuation errors and stuff too. So you need to be very careful. I'm not going to go through all these, but things like having to spell out words, it's not grammatically correct. If it's less than 10, I don't know what that word is, but this person needs to be very careful with this stuff. But no, you don't want to, if you can get away with not putting that down and you really did work for this person until April of 2023. Law firms do not like it if they see that you're working for a law firm, but then also have your own practice at the same time. That suggests that you're not committed and creates a lot of problems. And this also right here, expanded my practice, creates a lot of problems. So the way to do that would probably be just to not even put this in your own practice. I don't really see the point, because if you're working for this particular firm as an associate attorney for that much time, there's no reason to say you have your own practice. It diverts from your commitment. It diverts from do they want the job? It just diverts for a lot of different things. And so it's not going to help you at all. It's going to actually drive people away from you. So there's no reason to list that. People want to see people that are committed to an employer, and being at the same employer for 4 years is good. So this is good. I like this description. I like this. This is okay. This is probably some of the times people will list stuff that everyone in a law firm does. And this is not something that you need, that you received a scholarship to attend a 2-day seminar. And that's probably not necessary to put that. This would go under a section called publications, probably not under your experience with a firm, and do it like that. And the publications would go at the end. You need to everyone needs to really understand these rules. So can they do the job means, do you have the skills and experience to do the work? That's it. And then will you do the job long term? Do you want the job? Do we like them? So here, eliminating this whole thing really is going to help you. And then here, there's just a lot of things going on here that you don't need to say trial and appellate. And then you can just say your associate attorney and then do it. I guess you move everything over. One of the rules, by the way, for how you display dates like this is you always want to basically go and see, you can push it right to the end. So it ends at that line. And I can just see here how that works too. into that line and go through like that. And then this is good because this says all labor and employment, and it's just labor and employment associate is all you need to say, right? So you just say labor and employment associate, and then you don't need to say trial and appellate and all that. That doesn't really get you anywhere. Associate. Okay, so do it like that. And then, this stuff, by the way, for everyone, I'm spelling this stuff out and doing this properly really shows the quality of attorney that you are, at least to a lot of employers. I work with a lot of people at East Sullivan and Cromwell and places like that and Cravath. And when they do something, it comes across as absolutely perfect. And there's no reason that people on this call and in your resume, you can't do things as well as possible. It's just, you need to make sure everything's proof, your spacing's proper, because people will eliminate you from jobs based on that. So you just need to be and your punctuation and all that. So you need to be very careful. Okay. So then this person they graduated from law school. Let's see when they graduated, 2016. Okay. So I would remove this. I would remove this. I would remove this. There's no reason to tell someone you were a contract analyst for 2 months, 1 month, March, April, May, 3 months, 5 years ago or 6 years ago. I would remove remote. There's no reason to have that on there. That just say you're an associate, but you're only an associate there for 5 months. I don't know if you have to put all this stuff here. There's no reason for it. And then there's no reason to say you're in Denver, Colorado. You just say New York. So that's all you need to do. And then leave it like that. And that's probably okay to do things like that. Now, again, this review attorney stuff needs to come off. And you can list this stuff in a different way. And I recommend that everyone follow this format. So anytime you have a lot of things that aren't congruent, meaning it's not congruent to be a labor and employment associate for 4 years and then to have your own law firm doing entity formation, trademark, and real estate. It doesn't help you. It actually hurts you because people want to put you in a box. And unfortunately, that's just how the market works. If you try to say here that you're doing other stuff, like this person is just doing anything other than labor and employment, that's going to detract people from you. And then people are going to wonder, why was this person a contract attorney for 6 months? Why were they a public defender for 3 months? Why were they? So all of these things here, really, a volunteer for 3 months. It just looks like the person is bouncing all over. And in here they were an assistant, but they graduated from law school. Well, in 2016, May of 2016, and so they were an assistant. What were they? Assistant. May of 2006. Oh, July to November, then August, and so all these dates. This is a trial and different stuff. So what I'm trying to show you is what's very important here is all of this experience that you had before this job that's very good. So this job started basically 2016. So this started 3 years after you graduated from law school. So if you graduated from law school in 2016, you could put down between 2016, 2021, held various positions, including working for a public defender and working for a law firm based in Denver, working for a trial lawyer at this firm based in Denver. You summarize something for people because you have to do, so you would say litigation, you just say something related to litigation, I don't know, law firms. You need to summarize this. And so you summarize it in the way that we talked about for this person up here. You have to summarize it all, because if you don't summarize it all, you're going to look like you don't have any direction. You're going to look like you couldn't get jobs, like you're basically bouncing all around. And then you look like you're doing the same thing up here. So this person really needs to, with this particular stuff right here, this is really what they need to lead with. And that's very helpful, and doing things that way. And then this is all employment related. So this is very good. Having that article or whatever this is, that's very good. And So I put that in green. That's very good. But all this other stuff hurts you. So this doesn't hurt you because it's related to trial stuff. So you could say between November 2016 and January of 2018. So let's see when that is. January of 2018. So that's actually right before that. You could even write there that you spent 2 years working for this firm. I don't know what James Gigax and Miller Severance is, but this is good. So you need to make your resume look focused to the extent you can with that stuff here. Let me just see here. And so everyone, by the way, that's on this call, I mean, this is stuff you guys are learning, and girls, is extremely important. Most people never learn this stuff, and just what you're learning right now could actually change the entire direction of your career, because most people never learn this, and learning these things can actually make a huge difference in your career. This person looking like a labor and employment associate is amazing if they do that correctly, and then eliminating all this information from the resume is also very important. It doesn't have to be eliminated, but it has to be rephrased, because again, anytime you'd say, if you're trying to work in a law firm, if you say that you're being a contract attorney and a public defender, it just looks like you are just rudderless. And then also coming back and having your own firm also makes it look rudderless. So this is the best part of this resume. And so this information right here really needs to be emphasized. And then even this stuff would go other, this, and then this would go at the end. So just the biggest thing I can just tell everyone is you need to take everything on a resume needs to have the scent of somebody doing probably one thing. And the reason it's not good for this person to list their solo practitioner, I just want to make sure everyone understands that, even though this person may be very impressed with themselves, I don't care if they're doing $1 million in business with these new things. It's basically giving people the idea that they're not going to stay around long term, and may say that this person wasn't doing a good job, and therefore they had to start their own practice. I don't know. But you have to be able to look committed. And I told you these kind of lessons up here are very important. The other thing is and this is just, do you want the job? People that are independent with their own practices, et cetera, typically value independence over working for others. So do they want the job? I don't know. Probably not. So that's the issue. So law firms are very cautious about hiring people that have things like that on their resume that may look like they don't necessarily want to do that work, or they won't stick around doing it. And sorry about that misspelling. So you have to be very careful with that. And then the problem with all these other employers here is that it telegraphs just indecision, weakness, maybe that person not doing a good job, just a bunch of other things that were actually fixed in this job. I apologize for spending so much time going over this, but a resume, this needs to look like a committed labor and employment attorney. And if this person does that, I can tell you right now that this person, they could get jobs through a recruiting firm, they could get jobs on their own, they can get in-house jobs and anything. But if they're not, all of a sudden people are thinking, why did this person have all these contract jobs? What happened? Why were they only able to be a public defender for 3 months? Why did they have to volunteer? All these questions. Why were they only an assistant to a trial lawyer, not an associate? All these questions are not good. Why were they remote instead of actually in the firm? And all these questions are not these are questions that people are going to ask when your resume looks like this, and you're just killing yourself and shooting yourself in the foot. Whereas here, people are like, wow, this person did labor and employment. That's great. They know what they're doing. Let's bring them in. And that's how that goes. But that's how that would work. So here, all these admissions do not go in your law school. They go down here somewhere. University of Colorado Law School, Juris Doctor, that's fine. I don't think it's going to help you, this sort of thing. Again, this is detracting from your interest in labor and employment law. So you just need to look at it like that. People do not like things that redirect them from what exactly you do. So employers do not want to see, they don't want to see it because they want to say this person is a labor and employment attorney. They just need to be able to throw you in a box. And that's how that works. History. Okay, I don't know what that means. I would just say comparative government. Again, a lot of what this person's doing is they have this kind of very good experience doing things, and then suddenly they kind of drift into talking about other things. So they do it here where you can see where they say John's Manville project. I guess that's okay, but they say trial and appellate, litigation, and they say so that you just want to be as straightforward as possible with all this kind of things. So doing things this way is much better. And again, you have to remember that your resume is always going to give people the scent of one thing. And then if you don't give people that scent, then they're going to get they're not going to like it. And they're going to basically say that we don't know what this person is, or they're interested in other things. You just don't know. Oh. You have to be very careful with that. Now, this is, again, I like this, and I love this triathlon, skiing, landscaping. That's fun. So that's good. Again, if you have fitness interest, you put them on there, because law firms make assumptions about people that are interested in fitness. They get more interviews. I like this languages. I think that's great. And it's fine. So hobbies, I don't know that I would call it hobbies. I would just eliminate that. And then neighborhood clinic volunteer, wooden boat center youth educator. I don't know that's necessary. I think the problem with being a neighborhood legal clinic volunteer, I guess that's probably okay, but employers want to believe you're committed and will do one thing. So if you eliminate, obviously Dartmouth's an incredible school, so that's good to have that. And so all of this stuff is very good. But this resume, again, if you eliminate this person, if they eliminate all of this stuff that we talked about, this person will definitely get lots of interviews, but having all this other stuff on their resume hurts. One of the problems and I would just say education. I don't know why it says education and bar admissions. It said, let me just show you that. It's education and bar admissions, but it's also additional information. And then I don't know. So I would just put education there. But a lot of times what people do, by the way, it's very common, and we've seen this almost in every resume we've looked at, is a lot of people are afraid to commit, or they don't know what they want to do. And that's okay. Being afraid to commit, not knowing what you want to do, having a hard time finding a job, finding a position, sometimes having doubts about practicing law. I don't know. But all of these things, your resume should never commit it. You should do your best not to have any questions raised about any of this stuff on your resume. So just remember, anytime you show you're afraid to commit or not know what you want to do or having a hard time finding a position, all you're doing is you're eliminating people. You're telegraphing weaknesses. Sorry. Weakness. I had an interesting thing happen. And when was it? A couple of weeks ago, I was in Ohio, in a small town in Ohio, for my stepbrother, for his daughter and daughter's wedding. And it's a small town, but it was very interesting because there were probably like 30 couples there, and none of them have gotten divorced. They've all been together. It's not, there's no special religion involved. They're just Christians or what, but no divorces, and ups and downs, but 30 couples, no divorces, committed people. And I don't know why that is. And also the same jobs for most of their careers. My stepbrother, I think he worked for Marathon. He was there for 20 years. And before that was at an employer for, 10 years. I don't know what it is, but same jobs, no divorces, committed people. And honestly, I hate to say this, most of these people are much happier than the typical person in a big city. And I think I'm personally been married twice, and it's just much happier and feel safer. And so there's a psychology that happens in a lot of big cities. There's a psychology that happens to a lot of people. Like sometimes they view law firms as evil, they don't know what they want to do, or they think they're always going to have opportunities. But your ability to commit to an employer often will, and to a practice area, will change your life. It will make you It will probably make you happier. It will probably make you feel safer. It will create all sorts of benefits that, that you might not even be aware of. And I'm a recruiter, but I will tell you that there's certainly reasons to switch jobs and things, but your ability to commit is huge and to know what you want to do, because most of the world does not know what they want to do. And if you don't know what you want to do, then other people will decide what you're going to do. So that's their decision, and they won't trust you. And you will lose leverage, and you will hurt your career if you don't know what you want to do. So it doesn't really matter what you do, by the way. I tell this story a lot, but people that graduate from Yale Law School, a lot of times will have these backgrounds, and they'll study Latin, or they'll study political science in college, or they'll study, I don't know, English, and they'll do very well, or psychology. And then they'll come out, and you would think that with these backgrounds where they were first in their class, or like the top 1% of whatever, very talented people, you would think that they would go into litigation or something involving writing and reading, but they go into, it doesn't matter. They'll go into corporate law, they'll go into ERISA, they'll go into anything, because they just do it. And then not all of them commit. Most of them don't, which is a whole separate discussion of Yale Law School. But it doesn't really matter what practice area you commit to, as long as you're committed. It could be personal injury, it could be criminal law, it doesn't matter. But your ability to commit gives you so many benefits. So just committing to something, it doesn't matter what it is. Committing makes you happier, gives you more leverage. It does all sorts of things. So more leverage, it makes you more employable. It makes you safer. It makes you less likely to engage in destructive behaviors. And because I know I'll talk a lot about that, but people that a lot of times they use substances and I don't know, but destructive behaviors include, you name it. It could be drugs, sex, I don't know, crimes, whatever, et cetera. So to the extent you are all over the map, you're going to have problems. It's just, you will have issues. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. So these people that I told you about, 30 couples, no divorce, I think it's more a product of their environment more than anything. But that kind of psychology, I think, makes people a lot happier. It's one of the reasons that groups like the Mormons decided they were going to move to Utah and get away from other people in environments. It's one of the reasons that, a lot of religious groups and different groups don't try to isolate themselves. Not that's a good thing, but at the same time, committing to a practice area, committing to a practice setting makes you much stronger. And the second you start throwing crap on your resume that shows a lack of commitment, then you will just be much less employable. And I tell you this from decades of experience working with law firms and watching who they hire and who they don't hire, and who has good careers and who doesn't have good careers. The only thing that I see when I look at resumes all day long, not all day, but a portion of every day, and I don't care where someone went to law school. I don't care how prestigious the firm they're at is. As long as they're committed to doing something and they have that commitment on their resume, people will hire them. Okay, so this is an example of a resume that's very common that people where they put these sorts of statements at the top. So resumes do this all the time. The last resume workshop we had, I saw a lot more of this than I've seen today. Maybe we'll see more of them. But this problem you can see here, and I'll just show you some of the problems. This person's not using hyphens. Their spacing. This is basically showing you the spacing issues. So there's 19. There's some space times they use 59 times, and then 19 times they don't. So this whole thing of being really cognizant of details is exceptionally important for attorneys because because when you're on top of all these details, that's really what attorneys are hired to do. Attorneys are hired to be very detail oriented. The problem with not being detail oriented, so I'll just put this up here, and I will circulate notes from this, but after this call. But the problem with not being detail oriented is that there's an assumption that if you're not detail oriented in your writing, that you're also not detail oriented in your work. Meaning your thoughts are muddy, and better attorneys will run you down, basically. And that's what happens. So the only way you can show that you're a really good attorney on your resume is to turn in something that is just awesome looking, right? And I'll just make all these corrections and then this is going to tell me this should be spaced a certain way. But this is an assumption. So this is important for law students. It's important for attorneys. It's really one of the most important things you can also gain from this webinar is that the more detail-oriented you are, the more detail-oriented you are in your writing, the more likely you are to be a good attorney. And it's very important. Because if people see that you're unable to do commas correctly, that you have problems with spacing, and they're just going to assume that you're unfocused and your thoughts are bad. And again, attorneys are paid to very carefully analyze information, then to take it, and there's lots of skills involved, but to be very careful with their writing, to be very careful with their thoughts, and to be able to take apart other people's thoughts. So if someone's doing this, the thought is that they're not really thinking through things very well. So this particular resume is doing a summary. So summaries are bad. Summaries should not be done. And I'll tell you why. The very best resumes are very short. They do not summarize anything. They presume the very best I don't know how to do it right. The very best resumes respect the reader and do not condescend to the reader. I hate to say it, but anytime you summarize something, then what's really happening is I don't know what happened there. What's really happening is you're basically condescending to the reader of your resume, saying, you need to this is what I do, you should understand this, and all that sort of thing. So by the way, where do these summaries come from? Because people learn how to make these summaries. Where do they come from? The problem is, most of the time, they come from outplacement agencies that are rewriting agencies paid thousands of dollars to rewrite your resume and make you feel good, essentially. And make you feel good. Or give them busy work. You give the company something to do to show value. I'm not really trying to be rude here, or sometimes people learn this from other stuff. But the problem is this person's calling themselves self-motivated, analytical, business-minded, lots of experience at top-tier law firms, business executive. All this stuff is just assumed. Proven team player and invaluable members for candor, common sense, all this sort of thing. You have to let employers make this judgment about you. They'll make it from your resume. They'll make it from interviewing you. This is how they will decide if that's true. You don't need to tell them. You need to show people. But you don't need to tell them. So you show and not tell. So a lot of resumes do the opposite. They try to tell people what to conclude. You should not force conclusions on your reader. You should let them read their own conclusions. So what does that mean? So if I tell you that I grew up, this is not true, but I'll just give you an example. I grew up in a small town. My mother was a maid, and my father worked in a factory, but he could never hold a job. And that was very distressing to me when I grew up, and I really needed to get out of there. And I wanted to do something where I felt like I was communicating, not where I was contributing to the world, but I wanted to be attached to big businesses and work in important. So if I say something like that to you, you're going to reach this conclusion like, wow, this person is trying to get away from their life. They really self-improve themselves. Look at all that they've done. They're very impressive. So someone will reach those conclusions about me if I say those things, but if I tell them I'm an attorney that grew up in a small town, blah, 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 and because of that, I'm self-motivated and I'm also learned loyalty. If I say all those things, people are just going to be like, who does this person think they are? And so this is part of it. If I say those things, instead of just allowing people to reach those conclusions. So these are things that a good attorney does. People, and this is an important example for resumes. And the reason I'm telling you this is because so many attorneys write these kind of summaries. But the idea is that when people reach their own conclusions, they feel better about them, and they feel better about them, and that they own these conclusions. Meaning, if I reach a conclusion on my own after getting a bunch of information, I'm going to believe it. But if someone else tells me what to believe, that's much harder for me. It's much harder. And I probably won't believe it. I'll be skeptical. So you don't need to tell people what conclusions to reach. And that's the problem with this. Same thing here, where this person's saying their skills are analysis. This is, again, someone's going to reach those conclusions based on reviewing the resume. Okay, so this person, Citizens of the World Los Angeles, is a member of the board of directors, and that's what's coming first. Okay, so that's probably in the board of directors. The problem with that is that's not a permanent, it's not like it's a job, but a lot of executives are on 10 different boards. And so that necessarily isn't going to help them, if that makes sense. So this is not a real job. It's a job, but it's not a real job. So I know people, I know a guy that was a partner at Goldman Sachs, and he's no longer doing that, but he's on 10 different boards. So this is not a real job. It may seem like a real job to you, but it's not. This is probably made up. Maybe it's a school system or something. I don't know what it is, but it's not a real job. So this would go at the end. So at the end of the resume. Okay, at the end of the resume. And just, it's interesting because it shows community involvement. You could maybe get business from these people. I don't know. Involvement, potential for business. But it's not something that you should lead with. Okay, and again, you don't probably any of this. Okay, so let's scroll down here a little bit. Counsel, Associate Gordon Altsman, Dewey Ballantyne. Okay, interesting. Summer Associate, then Associate. Okay, Michigan Law School, great. Cornell. Okay, so these are all great schools. And admissions, you can see this goes at the bottom. Okay, so let's talk about this person. So this person was a bankruptcy attorney, so that's fine. Bankruptcy. Then they were corporate. Right. Then they were for Paul Icahn, who's a big deal. So then they were in-house for Bigwig, which is a billionaire. Okay, so I'm pretty much sold on all this stuff right there. This looks really good. So 2004. You don't need to say you're an attorney in New York. Okay, so then this person suddenly takes 4 years off. Okay, so it's probably no offense, but it's probably someone that moved to Los Angeles and looks like, strange what it looks like, and had kids, which is perfectly fine. And I don't know if that's the truth, but that looks like what happened. What's actually okay here is law firms and in-house employers actually respect people that have kids and take time off. I saw Davis Polk recently, or not too long ago, hire someone back that took 20 years off to have kids. It's actually respected. So there's no problem with that. But what I would recommend here is there's a reason that this person has been a contract attorney for 15 years. I'm assuming that it's not because this person isn't a super high performer. It's because look at all these schools and it's just awesome. So I'm assuming that the reason for that is probably because the person is basically has another life and doesn't want to work full time. I don't know, But that to me seems what's going on. But here's some problems. So having a job for 4 months is not good. That is not going to help you because this looks like you weren't doing a good job. Being a contract attorney for a law firm, I don't know if this is a law firm, I'm assuming it is. Oh, no, it's not, is not going to help you because it just doesn't look right. And then working for the wonderful company for 5 months and then for 2 months is not going to help you either. So you really want to take that off probably. And then to the extent you can, you probably want to just, your career stopping in 2004 is actually okay. There's nothing wrong about that. And it actually, this looks 3 years, this is 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, perfectly fine. There's nothing, 1994, oh, I see. We actually, summer of 1994 doesn't mean you were an associate and you were an attorney in New York till it was actually 1995. So you should fix that. But this is fine. So this person's resume with that is fine. So what do you do with this? You don't say you're a contract attorney for the past 15 years. You just say something along the lines of between attorney, personal. You could even put this. You could put this at the personal. And this is actually okay. Personal. Between something along the lines of between 2008 and 2008 and the present. Now I've been raising children. I don't know if that's true, but maybe it is. Children. And I've also kept myself busy with positions assisting the general counsel, legal departments of, and then you would say Alcoria, whatever the heck that is, Orica, Inc., Assured Guarantee, and then what's the other one? The Wonderful Company. Something along those lines. And maybe this goes in someplace else, but integrating this information into your, and again, legal experience would be legal, but integrating this information into your resume would be useful. Now, I want to show you something very interesting here. And I'm not going to show you something interesting, but the way you fix this, you could just say, you don't even need to say personal. You could just say 2008, since 2000, you would just say since 2008. And then you could say, I'm ready. I'm ready to return full-time, something along that line, full-time to legal practice. So doing this will get this person potentially interviews in law firms. It will also, probably not large law firms, but even potentially large law firms. And it will also get this person positions in-house. Once you start saying you're a contract attorney, again, it gives people the idea that you're not interested in permanence, that that you would prefer to do something else. And that's kind of it. And saying you work for ICANN Associates for 4 years is awesome. So is saying you were a corporate associate, and also saying that you work for Dewey Valentine for a few years is very good. If it was me, I would just try to say associate here. I would not try to redirect people to bankruptcy. And I would just try to make this sound a little bit more like corporate, if you can, just to suggest, make sound more like corporate. And you could probably do that. You can say financial transactions, but try to get anything out that doesn't sound like corporate. And then this all sounds like corporate. This sounds like corporate. So having that, making it sound like corporate is going to help you make it sound like corporate. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so that's making it sound more like, wow. Okay, so that's how I would recommend this. And then I would, a lot of this council, legal department, you need to make all of this sound as much like corporate as you can. What I don't like here is this person's talking about EOC complaints, then they're talking about distressed mortgage investment. Everything should sound like corporate to the extent you can. And the better off you do with that, the better off you're going to be in terms of getting stuff. What I like about your ability to rewrite this is instead of looking all over the map and not committed, people will respect you for having children and putting them first. But at the same time, respect you for keeping yourself working. And then you don't even have to say it's a contract. You just basically make it look like you continued working to the extent you can, and people will like that. Anytime you have a weakness, you try to make it look stronger. And this is what good attorneys do. Good attorneys make weaknesses look strong. They do that for their clients and they do that for themselves. So if you do that, you'll be in good shape. I don't know what any of this is. Book award copyright law, that's not related to being a corporate attorney. I don't know that being the publicity in the child advocacy law clinic is going to help you. The reason I take all this stuff off of resumes is because what you need to do, what your resume needs to do, what you don't want, no resume should have. No resume should detract people. Detract people from thinking you do one thing to only one thing, where one thing or specialty. So that's pretty much what you need to think of even in a practicing. So no resume, you don't want to do that. And if you're able to get away with not doing that, like this stuff detracts people. Business minded, the person wants to be a business. They're invaluable. What does that mean? Why don't they stay anywhere? They only have 10 years experience, and you have to realize the questions that people are going to ask. So you just make it look very simple and you remove all this stuff and it just becomes a much more powerful resume. And this, you can fix all this. So this stuff is fine. You were in the Journal of Law Reform. That's great. But being the publicity chairperson and student senate or child advocacy, none of this says corporate attorney. So it's just not going to help you. And then Bachelor of Science, and you would just say human development and family studies. I don't know. I would just say human family studies. Obviously, this person got jobs in Dewey Valentine and things with this. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Family studies just doesn't sound like, I think at Brigham Young, they actually have a major in something like domestic. I don't know, but I don't know if I'm right about that, but someone told me that not too long ago. Okay. College of Human Ecology. Okay. You could say Bachelor of Science with distinction in human development, something along those lines. I would just, anything like family studies just doesn't sound, full merit scholarship is great. College of Human Ecology, outstanding senior, that's fine. Human GAPA, no one's going to know what that is, so I would remove it. And then putting fraternities on your resume. This is actually, here it looks like a nice thing, but a lot of times people do that. And then this person, the bar, so you don't need to say when you're admitted, you just say admissions, California, New York State bar. So California, and then New York State. And you don't need to say the year you were admitted, it doesn't really matter. And then being admitted to federal district courts is not really something that people care about because you can just get in by motion. That doesn't need to go on there. So this could be a very good resume if it was focused only on corporate law. And so this person actually wrote at the top of the resume, corporate attorney, and that's exactly what it should be. So everything needs to be taken out. The problem with being in the Citizens World Bank Board of Directors is that it detracts from the person looking like a corporate attorney. You could put down interest or personal or something personal, and then you could put down the board of directors and so forth. I do want to talk about one thing real quickly, because this resume gives me the idea of it, and I think it's important. Here on this particular resume, this is okay, but you don't need to put a lot of information on it. People are going to wonder, why are you no longer a member of the board of directors? But it's just not that important. And a lot of times what happens with people is, and this is something this person did up here, is people want to look important and they want to tell people they're important. And this person actually is important because of the jobs they've had and their understanding of things and the people they've worked for. This person is probably a very good attorney, but something, happened that made them not commit. But you don't need to tell people you're important. And a lot of times when you brag about your experience or make it look like that on your resume, it just turns people off. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem with bragging in your resume, you know what? With bragging in your resume, and actually I'll show you up here, and this, I know we're going into a lot of detail here, but this kind of stuff, let me close Grammarly here. This kind of stuff is something that people will look at very closely when they're looking at you. And there's actually, I remember the one that I removed. So the other question that is that you have here, people, when someone's looking at your resume, they're asking, can you do the job? Will you do the job long term? But actually, the second question they're asking that's very important is, can this person be managed? And being managed means essentially that you're willing to do, you think the organization you're part of is more important than you. And you're also able to follow instructions, commit, and all that sort of thing. Commit is one of them. You will do what you're asked and not rebel. So these things about being able to be managed this is what you have to do when you work for others. And I'll be completely honest with you, because I think that you should understand this, is even in law firms, the very best partners that are there for the longest time and that are managed, they're managed by executive committees, they're managed by other attorneys, and they go along with it. They don't think they're better than the law firm. They respect the law firm and the management, and that's why they're working in law firms. People that don't work in law firms and start their own practice and stuff can't be managed many times, but people in law firms working with other people have to be managed. Even the president of the United States is managed. If you don't think Biden is, and if you're not managed, then if you're not manageable, then people hate you, which is like Trump or something. So you have to be able to be managed. And it's very important in the world. It's not important for entrepreneurs, but it's very important in the world to be able to be managed. Now, even entrepreneurs need to be able to be managed. Like in my job, I have to be essentially manageable by law firms. And I know that, but it's how it works. So this person, obviously, you can see this resume can be managed. There's no doubt about it that this person can be managed. There's just absolutely no question. Same thing here. This person, then they were in the military, can definitely be managed. This is a very good risk to hire someone like this. This person, if they take off all this stuff, which looks just independent, kind of all over the map, and they rephrase it, can be managed. And then this person, when they start saying all this stuff, it makes people feel like they're not manageable. And then they're telling you their skills, and I'm this and I'm that. And then all these different jobs, some for very short periods of time, make it look like the person's not manageable because they're not sticking around and you don't know. All this stuff makes it look like the person's manageable. If you're working for Carl Icahn, who's a billionaire, then you're going to look manageable. A couple other things here is this should look, to the extent it can, like a corporate attorney. You don't have to say you co-found a legal department or something. You can tell people that, but you don't necessarily want to put it the way you have, like this. That's green, is like that. So this is really what I would do with this resume, is I would make it sound completely like corporate, and then And then just realize that being able to be managed is extremely important in terms of how you portray yourself on your resume. I hope that helps. I mean, this resume is exceptional. It's just, there's just a lot of decisions that have been made with it that detract from the overall message. Every resume needs to have an overall message about a practice area and try to do all these things. So it needs to ask, can you do the job? Meaning, can this person, in this particular case, be a corporate attorney? Can they be managed? Meaning, will they listen to what we say in respect to organization? Are they going to stick around? Is there anything in their background to suggest that they don't stick around, they leave when there's problems? How much do they want the job? Does it look like they really want a job or not? So this particular person, you wouldn't know how much they want a job because there's no commitment. This particular person up here, you wouldn't know how much they want the job because now they've got their own practice. So maybe they can't be managed. And so you have all these questions that people are asking when they look at your resume, and you have to be very careful about the message that your resume is sending. I hope that helps. Okay, so this person is putting all of their bar admissions at the top. So let's go back to that. When you're putting your bar admissions, bar admissions at the very top, you are making that look like this is the most important thing about it. About your background. Not something that you should be doing. Bar admissions are assumed that you are admitted. So it's not something you should ever lead with. It's just something that good attorneys have. You do not need to tell people about all your bar admissions. You just put it at the end if you want, but it's generally for an attorney, it's assumed. And here's the kind of the thing when someone's looking at a resume. Like one of the big things when someone's looking at a resume is they're asking themselves, how good of an attorney is this? You can tell how good an attorney is, most of the time, by their experience and their commitment and and upward mobility. And so if a resume has upward mobility and it looks like the person continually improving and getting better and better and getting advanced to better and better positions, that person's a good attorney. It doesn't matter if you start out. I've seen people start out as solo practitioners. We just hired a girl actually to recruit for our firm. She started out as a solo practitioner, did it for 8 or 9 years, and then went to somehow got a job in a medium-sized law firm. I don't really understand how that happened. But then from there, went to an Am Law 100 law firm and then spent another 10 or 11. So people move up, and good attorneys move up. Anytime someone sees a really good attorney, they get hired. A lot of times, some of the best law firms out there will hire people, including solo practitioners or people from in-house, when they experience their legal work firsthand. They're like, wow, this person's an awesome attorney. So if you look like a really good attorney and you can answer that question, then that will help you and you'll get jobs. But if you look like, the problem with like this resume is that this is a really good firm, then this isn't as good of a firm. So that shows a little bit of downward mobility. Then it shows the person going to an in-house job, which, okay, this is actually an interesting person to work for. So you would think but then it just shows all this stuff, which isn't necessarily that helpful. So the best resumes always show a pattern of upward mobility. Now, this is actually upward mobility because this person, you can see here, started as a contract attorney essentially, and then wound up working for a small law firm doing one thing. So that's good. But the resumes that show upward mobility are the most powerful. And those are the people that get hired. And if you ever want to get into a much better firm, you need to understand how to do that. Let's see. So licensed in California, India, and Nevada, all you would say is admissions. Which is Indiana, Illinois, California. That's it. And then you don't need to say attorney at law, members of all these bars. You never need to, no one needs to list on your resume. You never need to list federal bar admissions. because they can just be done on a motion. So no reason to ever put federal bar admissions on your website. Okay, so this person, no reason to put the address of your solo practice on your website. Supervisor self, okay, no. Okay, no reason to put your supervisors on there, or the address, or the phone number. None of this is necessary for your resume. It's not necessary. You just remove it. Okay, so Bradley Daniel Burge, PC, okay. Okay, so this is basically litigation associate. That's all you need to say. So if you are a litigation associate, people automatically know what that is. You don't have to say all this other stuff. So you talk about construction, mechanics liens, foreclosure. All you need to say is litigation associate. Really, because litigation associate means a ton of things, and you can allow people to read into it and assume that you do depositions on all this stuff. But this was 15 years ago, so no one needs to know about all that. And then, so this was 2006. Then this was another one, associate. You can do the same thing. You need to put the ad, but you don't need to put all these addresses in there. You will put the city and then you don't need a supervisor or the address or any of that. It's just, you have to be careful too. You don't want to take up extra space. And then here the problem is this is person saying their collection law, but they're also doing litigation. And then again, you see some of this stuff like these mistakes, like spacing, then the firms would be, I don't know what happened, but inconsistent punctuation. So all that needs to be fixed. And again, I would recommend just saying, all you need to say is litigation associate. Remove this address and these silly supervisors stuff. No one cares about that. Just say litigation associate. Okay, then self. So this person did self. Okay. So this is one example where this particular person, you can see here, this person was a private practitioner from March of 2001 to August 2002, but they were working for Abrams and Abrams between 2001 and 2006. Let's see. I don't think that this is necessary. Saying you handled 20 support cases out of this person's home. Okay. So a lot of this stuff that this person is doing is they're just listing kind of all these short-term jobs. And I don't like that. I don't think that any of this is necessary to list all these jobs, because all you're doing is you're basically showing, when did this person graduate from law school? At 95. Because all this person is doing is just showing basically that they've had a bunch of jobs and they none of them are committed to, and then there's just no reason to go into this much detail on this resume. That there's a presumption that people believe that they should list all their jobs on their resume. But the more jobs you start listing, you have to remember that the questions people are asking is, will they do the job long term? So if you're an employer and you're hiring someone, especially if they're older, you're going to ask yourself, is this person going to stick around? Is it worth them? Is it worth us hiring? So the problem with listing a bunch of jobs is it makes it look like you never commit, or do not need to commit, or are rudderless, all sorts of things. So you really, if you are, and I'm just trying to think of examples to use. If you're trying to date someone and someone tells you they were married 10 times, that's going to scare the hell out of you. And you're going to think, what? No, I'm going to be number 11. You might not think that, but if you were rational, you would think that. Or the person before you has had of 20 relationships of a month or more, or a month or less. Come on, or 3 months or less. So it's the same sort of thing when you're putting a bunch of jobs in your resume. People are just going to assume that you're just part of this train of people and people hired, and it just doesn't work. So you got to really be very careful about how you list this. So what you do when this happens is you just summarize everything. You just basically say solo practice between, and again, there's nothing wrong with being a solo practitioner. So and then you just say, you don't have to say the states you do it in. You can just say, because you're admitted, you just say civil litigation and criminal defense practice. That's it. That's all you need. I would look at this resume and I would think, great. And then all these other jobs, you just summarize them. So between 1996 and the present, previous experience, you just say previous experience. So then you just say, between whatever, between dates. I worked at different law firms in whatever the cities in Illinois and states as a litigation associate. Something along those lines. And that's it. That's all you need to say. You can certainly put the names of them, but why would you draw attention to all these different jobs and scare away people? So that's the logic of that. Now, the education, I like the way the person did this, but you don't need to list the zip code. No one cares about the zip code. You don't need to list that. You can certainly list the location, even though everyone knows where it is, but they might not know Southwestern. They might think it's from the Southwest. And then, yeah. Okay, so that's that. Again, you don't even need to say, you just say political science, something like that. You don't need to say your minors or anything. No one cares about that. Then job-related skills and abilities. No one cares that. Gender issues, no one cares about. Actually, they do quite a bit, actually, but you don't need to put that either, or this volunteer stuff. So no one cares about this stuff. What you need to do and what this resume needs to do, and it's not doing, good. What this resume needs to do is someone needs to look at it and basically conclude that, let me just here. Yeah. They basically need to conclude litigation attorney, experienced. That's it. That's all you want people to think. You don't want them to think anything else. You just want them to think you want people to think that this is an experienced litigation attorney. And that's all anyone needs to know. And all this stuff's detracting from it. All these addresses are detracting from it. All these jobs need to detract from it. All this other stuff detracts from it. You don't want to list all this. And then education's fine. You don't need to list all these zip codes and stuff. Job-related honors, no one cares about any of this. Pledge class captain, you definitely, social sorority. Okay, people don't like all this stuff. They don't like to hear that you were part. People like sororities and fraternities. I was president of my fraternity, but there's no way in hell. It was actually the same fraternity that Animal House was based on at a different school. It was Dartmouth. But no, you shouldn't list fraternities. You shouldn't list all these honors and awards. It doesn't help you saying you were the co-chair of the gender issues. And now this is all good. If you're very enthusiastic about general issues, that's okay. You can list that another way, but you don't. And then your biography, who's who in American law schools, 2,000 notable women. These things are okay. They're honors that you can have, but if you say who's who in American law schools, one question that people are going to ask is, how come you weren't Order the Coy from Southwestern? It's just, these are not like important things to most people. They may be important to you. Obviously, being the pledge class chaplain was probably a big honor, but none of this stuff really should be on your resume unless it's exceptional. There's no reason. It's just detracting from the message, and it's detracting from the fact that you're probably a very good litigation attorney. All this stuff needs to come off. And just remember, this is for everyone. So just remember that everything on your resume should lead people to one conclusion about the type of attorney you are. About the type of attorney. That's it. That's all, you need you need to just basically say that. And that's it. So you don't need to tell people unless it helps your case, but you don't need to tell people all this other stuff. It's hurting you. Stroke victim and teaching dance to underprivileged children. That's very nice, but it's just none of this stuff is advancing the case that you're a litigator. So none of it helps you. And talking about your speech communication as a minor, that doesn't help you. Talking about the fact you're a legal assistant doesn't help you. Talking about the fact that you were this American law school job, or the best student in, I don't know, who's who in American law schools, but then the job you got as a staff attorney months after and 6 months or 9 months after you graduate from law school. So you don't need to list all this stuff, and you just have to realize that you don't want to list, like, you're an attorney. So what an attorney does, attorney has to project everything in the best possible light. And they don't want people to ask questions that undermine them. So saying you're a staff attorney, not an associate, undermines you. Saying you didn't get a job until March of 1996, 9 months after you graduated, undermines you. Saying that your first job, you only lasted for 3 months and then you became a solo practitioner doesn't help you. Saying your next job was only for a year, and then this job was for 3 months, and then this job is for, none of this stuff helps you. So you have to look at your resume, and you have to shade things in a way that it helps you and not hurts you. So just look at it from the point of view of the employer. The employer is not going to reach the conclusion that you're a great attorney. They're going to reach the conclusion that you're not committed, that you're doing all these other things. So this is a big problem with most resumes. If you say less is actually a lot more with this kind of stuff. Okay, so let's talk about this person. So I hope that this person can actually, all these resumes, if they're fixed, they can make the person look like a much better resume, much better attorney. Okay, and all this editorializing on resumes, no one needs that either. Who cares? The fact that you worked for 2 months and for Ron Howell and all the stuff you did, no one cares. It just doesn't matter. Your redacted name. So let's go to the beginning here. This person got a Juris Doctor. Okay, and you don't need to put this August 2017. It doesn't matter. You just put the date. You just put the date of this degree. Okay, show screen, skiing, travel. That looks fun. Okay, volunteering. That's fine. I think that's one word. No one cares about certificates. And I'm sorry to look at this first. I want to understand a little bit more about what this person is doing first. Again, certificate, the scholarships, fine. You don't have to say merit leadership. No one cares about that. The problem by the way, when people start putting merit and leadership and stuff, people are going to be like, where's the leadership on the resume? Why is this person? So you don't need to go into a lot of detail about that. Okay, so this person was a legal assistant in a private law firm that they're not telling you the name of. No one cares about any of this. Just remove it. It's not graduated in 2020. No one cares. Unless you were an associate at a major U.S. law firm or something, it's probably not necessary. Okay, so this person, I would eliminate that. They're obviously doing litigation, which is great. Okay, mid-sized law firm, legal intern, no. Same thing. Who cares about that? By the way, for everyone that's a law student, or your job as a law student is really to get the best grades you can, and if possible, get a summer associate job and get experience. But no one is that concerned about, this is, by the way, bolded, and the rest of it's not. So these little things, maybe this is a mistake, but yeah. So let's see here. So summer associate for a company. Okay, so it's a little difficult to read this resume and understand what's going on just because, yeah, the person, let me see when they graduated. 2020. Okay. So I don't know if this person was a summer associate and then they became January 21. Just when they graduated. May. Okay, that's okay. So then this person became legal. It was a summer associate, and I'm assuming there's no firm given here. So I'm assuming that this was for National Tech Corp for a year and 1 month, and then Global Tech Corp. Okay. From February 22 to May of 2023. Okay, so this person is an in-house attorney that essentially does contracts, vendor agreements, and then now does contracts, license agreements. Okay, this is fine. So this person actually looks like a pretty decent in-house attorney, and there's nothing really negative about it. This person was also a summer associate, apparently, for the same company. And then also it was a summer associate there, unless there was a firm they were a summer associate at, which doesn't look like. So this is great. So this stuff is all pretty consistent with one practice area. And that's actually good. This person looks like they do one thing, they're committed to it, and that's fine. Now, I'm a little concerned because this person's not working since May. There may be a reason for that, but all of this experience is pretty consistent. I don't know that I would want assisted litigation to support, but everything here looks like this person is essentially someone that does contracts and contracts and agreement, contract negotiation. So this person, you would say, is in-house contract related attorney. In-house attorney specializing in different types of contracts. Okay, so this is great. So the reason this is a good resume is because this resume is only going to be useful for the person probably getting another in-house job, but there's nothing wrong with that. And there are plenty of firms and things that do this kind of work. So there's nothing, or companies. But this is not a good law firm resume just because there's not really any experience. All this other experience, being a paralegal manager, working for a law firm as a legal assistant, is all litigation related. So there's nothing wrong. Actually, I would put this here. This is the same company. So this is actually very nice. The person was a summer associate, and I don't know that anything that's unrelated to contracts, I really wouldn't put on here because it's not going to help you. Everything related to contracts and legal training on contracts, all these vendor agreements, vendor business issues, that's fine. So this is actually a very good resume for someone that wants to be an attorney specialized in different kind of contracts. And frankly, there are a lot of jobs doing this. So not just in Colorado, but all over the country. So this is a very good resume for that. And the person looks committed. Now, I don't know why they don't have a job. I would probably, or what happened to their position, I would probably, if the company went out of business or whatever happened, or would cut back its legal department because of a recession, whatever the reason, I would try to maybe put that on the resume somewhere. But other than that, this is great. It's perfectly fine for an attorney that wants to do this. It looks consistent. All the stuff that's not related to that should probably be eliminated. A lot of times people love putting all this volunteer experience on there. And I think it's very good that people do it. I think volunteering is helpful. But at the same time, there's a couple sayings, and this is actually in a bunch of religions. And I'm not trying to get religious on anybody, but if you do good, meaning, helping orphans and whatever, helping others, if you talk about it, that is your reward. If you don't talk about it, you will be rewarded in other ways, meaning, which a lot of religions say, other ways, God, whatever, or personal, I don't know, you personally, I don't know what to say, but the idea is if you do really good and you're helping people, you don't go out and advertise it, because that actually doesn't, a lot of people in different religions, meaning different forms of Christianity, Judaism, don't like that. I hear this person saying they're teaching dance to underprivileged children. Like, if you're doing good, a lot of times you don't want to draw attention to it. And so you just need to be very careful of that. And because sometimes it's okay, but at the same time, it's not something that you need to talk about. The other thing that's interesting, people will talk about it if they know it and tell other people you're doing it and be impressed. You're not drawing attention to yourself, but you pretty much need to try to be careful about that. The other thing is about this person is a volunteer related stuff is when people look too committed to volunteering and other stuff, then you're to volunteering and so forth. It looks like they may not be committed to practicing law. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, but that's one of the conclusions that people reach. And again, I think it's very good to help other people and do all this volunteering related stuff, but at the same time, you need to be careful about it because it can detract from the overall message. This particular message is that this is a contract attorney that works on contracts. That's awesome. There's nothing, if you put on all these other experiences that are unrelated to what you do, that detracts from the overall message. So why was this person doing litigation, working for judges, working in law firms, and now working on contracts? It's not necessary to talk about that. So this can become a very good resume without a lot of work. All right, let's talk about this person. Okay, this is not an attorney, so I'm not going to really talk too much about this. This person is essentially a patent attorney that graduated from Marquette in 2023. They have a degree in electrical engineering, and then it looks like they also got a degree in Bangladesh. The certificates typically would go at the end. Publications would go at the end. Relevant class projects, it's probably okay. This student manager doesn't go there. These are just basic lessons. And then sometimes anytime someone's very technical, it can be good to list your coursework, your presentations, and that sort of thing. But this is not a legal resume, so I can't really talk about it too much other than I think it's a good resume. I like what this person's done. I think that when you're a patent attorney and again, patent attorneys, this is just for everyone's knowledge. Patent attorneys don't have to be attorneys. Our patent prosecutors don't need to be attorneys. They can, as long as they, in part of the USPTO, they can work in law firms or as patent agents. So a lot of law firms do hire them. This is a very good resume for someone to work on that. It's very focused. The only thing I would recommend is probably this other relevant experience, removing that. This is a very good technical resume. I actually have no problem with it. I guess being part of the Bangladesh Student Association of Marquette, I don't know how big that association would be. I'd imagine there's not a lot of members, so I don't know that I would put that on there, but for most of that stuff, I would remove. But it's a good resume, whoever, this person is. It's actually good. But a lot of the stuff, most of the stuff you would put at the end. So you would put your education and then you would put your work experience, but that's not really work experience. And then if you don't have any work experience, that's okay. But I would list all that stuff somewhere else. You would basically, technical resumes, you typically have an attachment to them that talks about your publications and other stuff, especially when they're that extreme, that much stuff. Okay, this is the same thing with this resume. So this person has gone in and told you that they're an attorney manager and that they can work in a high volume workload in a calm and constructive manner. All this stuff is unnecessary. It needs to come out. You let people reach conclusions about you based on this stuff. You also remove this experience. This, by the way, when you see this on resumes, when employers see this on resumes, this is a good resume. Many times people will put this on that are in-house attorneys, but for the most part, you don't need to list all this sort of stuff. It's not necessary to put on any of this because you allow people to reach these conclusions based on what they see in your resume. And again, most attorneys are accustomed to handling sensitive and confidential matters. Most attorneys are detail-oriented, but again, this person's funny. They're seeing detail-oriented, but detail-oriented would have I'll just show you. Anyway, there would be a note, whatever. But yeah, self-management. Okay, so founder and compliance manager. Let's see what this person is doing. Provide legal advice and preside over the board of directors of, board of directors and management committees, formulate and implement policies, objectives, and activities. Okay, so this person's been a founder and compliance manager. Okay, but it's very difficult to understand what this person's doing. And yeah, I can't tell what this person is doing and what this company is. Anytime you talk about your experience needs to really, anybody's experience on a resume should be legal related. So the problem is legal advice about what? So what does that mean? Legal advice. What does legal advice mean? I don't know. There's nothing there. And then formulate policies, objectives, and activities. That's not necessarily legal related. And this is not legal related. So if you want to have a legal resume, it's really got to be, is it just civil rights laws? Because there's not a lot of civil rights laws. I guess I don't know from this person's resume what's going on and what they do. And that's problematical. I should be able to understand what they do. If the person's a founder and they've been a founder for the past 15 years, why would somebody hire them? If they're a founder, how can they possibly be a compliance manager of that? It doesn't make any sense. None of this. And again, this type of resume, by the way, is very common. It's not that there's anything that this person's doing that's wrong that they would even know about. But the problem is that you can't tell what this person does. So this is what I said earlier, is every resume needs to allow the reader to put you in a box. You're in a box. And know what you are. Who know what you do. That's it. So if you're vague about what your practice area is, like this person, like you can't tell anything about their practice area from reading this. You can't tell anything about their practice area from reading this. None of it. It's very difficult to understand this. And so if I can't tell what the person is, how can an employer possibly hire them? There's only one practice area mentioned here. There's civil rights laws, and then this kind of open-ended term of other laws, rules, regulations, and procedures. So I don't know what that means. You certainly don't want to put a job that you only did for 4 months on your resume. You know, why? It doesn't look good. This contract attorney stuff, unless we're going to come back to the small business administrations, because that's actually interesting, because this contract attorney for a month definitely should not go on your resume. Okay. And then, but what's nice here is this person actually worked for the U.S. Small Business Administration and then worked here. And don't put telework. No one wants to hear that. So no, you take that off. Anytime you never need to say remote, all this sort of stuff in your resume. No one wants to read it. And where is this person? What is the location of this job? Sorry, what is the location? You can't tell any of that from this, but the person talks about that. So I would, if it was me, look at this. So the January 23 to April 23, and then December 2022 to January 23. So actually, oh, wait a minute, June of 2021 to May of 2022, and then January 2023. So what I would do is I would just take these dates. I would remove this contract attorney, and then I would take these dates. You could do it like this, or you could just I'm not telling you to lie. You really only have a 5 or 6 month gap here. So do you say between June of 2021 and April 2023, you were working for the U.S. Small Business Association? I don't know. But I think you could do that. I think you could probably, and don't say telework, just take that off your resume. It doesn't look good. But you might even be able to say you were, I don't know, you could say, between these dates, you could say like that, and then you take off that, and then you don't say promotion. That doesn't mean anything to anyone. And then you say U.S. Department of Com, February to September, that's 9 months. Okay, that's okay. So I would just say the Bureau of the Census, this person's doing a lot. You're doing a lot of stuff here where you're talking about different jobs and things that are the same, essentially. So if you work for the U.S. Department of Commerce, the Bureau of the Census, and then you work for the SBA, what you could do that would be very interesting. This, by the way, now that I'm seeing this, just needs to come off. There's no way in hell you should have this on there, because you've actually had permanent jobs. This just doesn't belong. Just get it out of there, because it confused me. So here, you basically, all you need to do is talk about that from November of 2019 to the present. You've worked for the government. You worked for the Small Business Administration, the Department of Commerce, and all the stuff, which is very good, because people are going to believe that you're committed to doing one thing, and you have employment stability. This is for loan applications, it looks like. then this is for loan applications. Great. This is for Bureau of the Census. That's fine. So you have to figure out how to put all this in one box. And I don't know how to do that, but you're certainly not going to be lying if you basically try to make all this stuff. You could just say U.S. Small Administration and U.S. Department of Commerce, Bureau of the Census. You could just put both of those down and then list the different jobs you've had that are legal related. I don't like the way this is done. I think this person needs to basically try to combine all this experience into one thing, working for the government. And that's going to be very helpful. And then you can look like, but you need to think about, how do I look like an expert in one practice here? And I don't know how that would work, but you could basically make yourself a loan specialist and then something else. I don't know. But this, by the way, November 2019 to February 2020, that's 2 or 3 months. That's not a very long time. So you need to be careful. Okay, so let's see when this person graduated from law school. Juris Doctor, University of Utah. So there's no graduation date. Okay, and then there's all these district. Okay, so one of the things that people do on their resumes that's very common is people that are older, and you don't need to put you're a member of the sorority. We talked about that. People that are older will not list the date they graduated. And by the way, Juris Doctorate, you can always, it's easier just to put JD and then MPA would be a BA. And then you just put education. And again, you don't need to put all of these federal bar admissions. No one cares about that. Okay. So you probably want to put dates. Okay. Dates. I don't know when these jobs are, but remember, anything that you put on your resume that's not related to being an attorney is going to hurt you. I'm not sure the reason you would do that. I think that there's a lot of consistency in terms of working for the Department of Census and the government. So I would really do my best to, in the census, I would do my best to try to, and here there's no dates, but I would really do what I could to highlight that and not highlight all this contract work. So you have consistency, whatever this practice area is. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but whatever this job is, working for the government, try to make it look like something consistent with practicing law. Because there's so many dates involved here, I don't think people are going to, you can just say between whatever, your first job was in November 2009 and basically the present, which is to April 2023, have had various positions with the government, including the U.S. Department of the Census, the U.S. Department of Commerce, and make yourself look like a career government attorney. That's perfectly fine. And then no one needs an explanation for these short-term jobs or the working for as a substitute teacher and everything. You just basically, all you need is to say that you work for the government and then try to make it look like something. You have to decide, you want to make it look like you're a loan attorney? Do you want to make it look like you're whatever? But you need to basically figure out how to make that look like one thing. And after you make it look like one thing, you're going to be in good shape. All right. So this is all the resumes. We're not done because I think a couple people sent their resumes during this call. So I will go and pull those up and then I'll review those for the people that sent their resumes a little later. And then we will be done. But all these resumes, I think what's interesting is they all can be drastically improved. But every resume, people need to understand what you do. And the problem with like this last resume is there's just so many things going on here that it's just going to harm them. And the problem, by the way, with not listing your graduation date is, and a lot of people do this, but it's actually probably does more harm than good because it's saying, okay, I don't trust you. You're not going to hire me if you know my graduation date. And what's the point of doing that? It's just be honest and upfront. And that goes a long way as opposed to trying to hide things. Not every law firm, obviously, if you've had all these jobs in the past and you're an older attorney, no one's going to hold it against you, but you have to make it look like you do one thing. Give me 1 second. And there's a lot of Q&A, which I appreciate. So I will also get to all the questions that people have. Let me just try to pull up all of these things here related to the resumes. Okay, let me see here. Here's 3. So let me just see. Unfortunately, they're not all combined into one document, which is upsetting, but that's okay. So let me just do that. And by the way, everyone that's on this call, I know there's a lot to handle, and a lot of information, but I think it's pretty awesome that the people that are on here. There's a lot, but listening to this, because it's very helpful. Just understanding all this stuff can really massively change the direction of your career. And it's pretty simple stuff. It's just most people never get this stuff. And because of that, it hurts them. And so I'm hoping I get all these resumes. I feel a little bad, or feel a little badly that they're not all in one document. I do notice that a lot of people that are on this call, and I'm just still pulling up all these resumes, have been contract attorneys. And again, that just, it hurts you or makes it a little bit harder for you to get positions if you have that. So you need to be very careful about that, if there's a way to reword it and to make yourself look very focused. And I think one of the things I'm thinking here is that a lot of people that are on this call, that's one of the reasons you're here. And that's what's holding you back, is how you're listing all this information. You just need to learn some rules about how to do this stuff. And once you do, you'll be in great shape. But a lot of people aren't doing that effectively. Okay, so let's go to this resume. So this, again, remember, professional licenses go at the end. So always put these at the end. Put at end. And then you just say, all you have is emissions. You would just say Pennsylvania. You don't need to put your bar number. Pennsylvania, Washington, District of Columbia. You don't need to say Washington, D.C. And you don't need to put your bar number. But again, these always go at the end. Now, this person is in Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. Okay, so this person graduated in 2015. So that's right. Or 2014. So you do put your graduation date at the end. One of the things I would recommend to everyone on the call, it's a lot easier just to, instead of putting like Juris Doctorate and that sort of thing, just to write down, say JD and that sort of thing. Okay, language study. I don't think I should put just conversation. So speaking, being able to test to read documents, I don't know. I don't know how much that's going to help you. It could, I guess, if you're a contract attorney that's doing that. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's helping you. I'm also not sure that this person went to Singapore to get a master's of law, but you're not, unfortunately, doing anything related to international business. I don't know. What's the point? I guess you're doing international tax questions of this job. Okay. So this person, again, very it's a good background. You went to a good law school, and then you have a good degree in computer information systems. So that's good. These languages are good. But let's talk about, May of 2014 up until, so there was no position, it looks like, after May of 2000. And then there was a Master of Law in 2015. Okay, then you went to Adarchi Law. Okay, so a lot of times what'll happen is, I don't know why this is, but smaller law schools or something, people call themselves an attorney at law. Typically, the titles you use, should be associate, or you can call yourself an attorney, or you can put contract attorney, that's up to you. But associate or attorney, that's really the two things you need to use. And then here, you see drafted immigration petitions, drafted appeal of a property tax case. That could be a house that was appraised at $300,000, and I don't know, but you don't need to go into a lot of detail on that either. So here I would just write associate. And then if you want to be an immigration attorney, that's fine. Or if it's completely inconsistent with what you are doing now, then you may not want to list that either. Let's see here, Argent Place Law. So I don't know that you need to list 2 areas in Virginia. That's kind of, you can choose one, or you can just, I don't know, but there's not really, I don't know what the significance of that is. So I don't know you need to do that. Okay, so this is this is interesting. So now the person's doing trademark law, business contracts, corporate. Okay, what are they doing here? international tax. Okay, let's get rid of this because I don't think that you don't need to put that. Okay, so international tax, corporate, trademark. Okay, so here's the problem. So this person graduated in 2014. They've been out of school for 9 years. This job was for 4 years, which is good. And they did corporate related work, but this was a very short job. This is only a couple months, right? It's 1 month. It's actually okay to have a break from November of 2022. But what I would do is I would probably, to make myself look like a corporate attorney, I wouldn't lead with trademarks. That's insane. You would lead with this, not fielding business law questions. That's insane. Sorry, but you wouldn't do that. So the problem with all this is this person looks like a corporate attorney, but now they're doing contracts, which is okay. And now they're doing due diligence and M&A deals. So no one's going to hire someone that has four or five, it's more than four, almost 5 years experience with one employer, but doing all this other stuff. No one cares about no one cares about, and I'll just remove this, but no one cares about the trademarks, even though it's a lot of trademarks. People want to put you into a box, and this stuff just doesn't belong. It's not related to anything that's happened here. And I would, hopefully you can call yourself an associate or something, but I would this occasionally field the other business law questions. No. So you just, everyone, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So everything here this person needs to look like a corporate attorney. And the reason I don't like this Master of Law is I don't really understand the point of it. You can put it on there, I guess, but it doesn't really add to anything. I guess it's okay. Business law, yeah, that's fine because you're a business attorney. So that's actually okay. So someone asks you what you did after getting this degree, you can say I traveled or whatever. And then, but yeah, this person needs to look like a corporate attorney. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with having been unemployed for 7 or 8 months or whatever it is. You need to look like a contract attorney. And what I would recommend is trying to summarize all this a little bit and a little bit less detail, just making yourself look like a business attorney and not talking about all these specific things. Just say worked on corporate M&A, worked on different documents and business governments, operating agreement, all this kind of stuff. If you can make yourself look a lot more focused, that would be much better. Speaking Chinese is actually interesting because I think that a lot of English is obviously the first language in Singapore, but it's actually interesting if you wanted to talk about that somehow or relate that in there. So that's what I would do with this particular resume. I would remove all this stuff. I would put this at the end and and then you're going to be, and then this is actually turns into a good corporate resume is instead of all the different things. And this, by the way, is the problem that I think most of the people on this call today have had in their resume, or the ones we reviewed, is you're undermining yourself by saying you're a document reviewer when you were a corporate attorney for 4 years. And then you're undermining yourself by making it look like you spent 2 years as a contract attorney, or no, as a attorney at law doing property tax and immigration petitions. Like everything on your resume needs to lead to the conclusion that you're one thing. And you can very easily do that here. You can say, I'm a business person. We're working from December 2022 to January 2023 is not good because it's showing that something happened or the firm didn't like you. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. So you need to basically make yourself look like a business attorney. And that's, again, the mistake that a lot of people here are making on their resumes is they look like so many different things. Let me just see here that it hurts them. Okay, so let me see. I got to find the next resume. So give me 1 second. And then I will do questions here too as well. Okay, next one. Let's see here. Two. So next, personal financial planning certificate from UCLA Extension. Okay. So again, this resume is going to have a lot of difficulty for this person to get a position just because of what's going on. Getting certificates when after you've been out of school for 4 years or something does not impress people. I'm just not trying to be rude here, but it just doesn't. Okay. So this person, going to UCLA, and these are all useful things. So I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with these degrees. I think that they're very interesting, and I think that they may help you in terms of what you want to do, but I don't know how much what they lead to. Now, this to me, I don't know, but I'm assuming that this is someone that's from overseas and went to school overseas, and because there's no law degree, there's no undergraduate degree here. So I don't know why that is, but I assume that this person probably went to school in some other country, in another country. So what you would want to do here is you do list wherever you went to, wherever your undergraduate degree is from as well. So that's fine. Now remember the rule that all this stuff should go at the end after 5 years. So it's been over 5 years. So education needs to go at the end. Okay, so this is another point for foreign attorneys. So this person is probably trying to hide the fact that they have a degree overseas because they're not listing it, and they think that the employer is going to discriminate against them because of that, which frankly is a possibility. But what you can do, what foreign attorneys should do on their resumes is if you're eligible to work in the United States because you have a green card or whatever, or you marry, or you have U.S. citizenship, then no one cares. That's what the employers are worried about, is that, or do not require sponsorship. All this kind of stuff is important. So if you don't require sponsorship, or you have U.S. citizenship or whatever, then you can actually say that in your resume, and it's okay. But here you're making it look like, hey, there's some sort of secret here and I don't want to tell you. And so you have to be very careful about how that is listed, because it's going to hurt you. And all of these certificates that you have, why did you graduate in 2018, but you just have these admission dates? So that to people makes it look like you either failed the bar a bunch of times, which a lot of people do. There's nothing wrong with that. Or you just didn't take the bar for whatever reason. And it doesn't really matter what the reason is. I'm assuming because you don't have a job on here, like a real legal job, that you just got admitted. So you would just say admissions. You don't need to put the date. Why do you put things on your resume that are, and this goes for everyone, California and New York? That's all you need to put. Why would you put on your resume something that looks like a weakness? It's just, there's no point to tell people that you graduated or you took the bar or passed the bar 5 years after. No one cares about that. And unfortunately, and I'm just not trying to be rude here, and again, this goes at the end of the resume. So a lot of people here today have listed their bar admission right at the top of their resume. No one cares. It's just, again, the admission to the bar is the most basic thing that's required to be an attorney. And so it's presumed that you have the bar. Okay, so let's talk about all this stuff here on this resume. So this person was a legal extern for 5 months during law school in trademark law 5 years ago. No one cares. Just in Motion County for 5 months and circuit court. No one cares. Fair housing clinic. No one cares. So again, I'm not trying to be rude to this person. Legal extern, no one cares. So what do you do when you don't have any experience? There's nothing wrong with not having experience. People get hired without any experience all the time. But what you need to do is you need to look like you're someone that wants a job, and you're excited, and you're committed, and whatever reason you could have gotten, I don't know if it's a man or woman, but you could have gotten married, someone could have been sick. There's all sorts of possibilities here that could have happened. But you have to be very careful about detracting from that message. And so all this stuff, being a volunteer and a board member, also doesn't matter. All this stuff about I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to this person because I feel badly. I'm not trying to say bad things, but Microsoft Office Suite, Westlaw and Nexus, no one cares about that. And then fluent in English and Vietnamese. Okay, you're in the United States, so everyone expects you to be fluent in English. If you think that being fluent in Vietnamese is going to help you, it may or may not. I don't know that there's a lot of firms that do it, but we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm going to give actually some extra lessons here that this is a resume meeting and review, but I will talk about a couple other things right now because this is very important. This person, I'm assuming, I can't tell, but I don't know if they're Japanese or they're Vietnamese. It says Japanese American Society of Chicago. So they could be Vietnamese or they could be Japanese or they could be, I don't know, or Viet. So a lot of people come over to the United States from foreign countries and want to work here. And that's perfectly fine. And as a matter of fact, if it's framed in the right way, people like it because I'll tell you why. Because if it's their job here and they get a job, it's very difficult for them to get other jobs. And so people know that if they hire you, you're likely to commit. They also know that you're going to appreciate, especially if you come out of Vietnam and you're poor environment or whatever. People love that. So people have every incentive in the world to hire people from foreign countries. And because they're going to commit, they're going to be appreciative of the job. They're not going to have a lot of other options many times. So there's a lot of good reasons to hire people. But what this person's doing is you need to have a selling point, just like every product has a selling point. You need to have some sort of selling point that's going to make people want to hire you. And you need to figure out what you're going to lead with. If you want to be an IP attorney, then maybe this LLM thing is a good idea. But if you don't, then there's really no sense in listing it if it doesn't have anything to do with what you want to do. Now, just a few lessons here. IP attorneys, the reason I don't like this program at the University of New Hampshire, and I've come across it many times, is most IP work requires people to be experts in some sort of science. Now, trademark is one, science, math, physics, that sort of thing. Trademark is one exception, but unless this person wants to be a trademark attorney, they had quite a bit of experience doing that. So you might want to leave that. But unless this person is only applying for trademark jobs, all this stuff is actually a little bit difficult to put on there. Now, I'm going to go back to some stuff here on the resume that's interesting. This is all, and I didn't catch this earlier, but this is all related to trademark. I guess you could certainly list all this trademark related experience on here. And if you want to be a trademark attorney, the problem with trademark law is your odds of getting a trademark job are fairly slim because there's just not a lot of trademark jobs. And the ones that there are going to be very difficult to compete with. Do you want to leave all that on there? If you want to be a trademark attorney, then yes, you can leave that on there. But the problem is people are going to wonder, why does this person not worked until now? Did they take the bar just now or did they fail like 10 times, which is perfectly normal. It's very common in California, to be honest with you. But so these are the questions that people are asking. So if it was me, what I would do is if this is just what I would do. I don't know that having been a trademark extern for a few months in law school and everything is going to help you. If you want to get trademark jobs, then you certainly could potentially do that with your M and your trademark clinics and extern. You could apply for trademark jobs and try to do that. The other option would be to take all that off and then basically just go all out and say, I grew up in Vietnam. I'm here. I got a law degree. For the past several months, past few years, I've been raising a family, or I've been traveling, or I don't know. But you have to say something like that. And then were it me, and I don't know if you're Vietnamese or Japanese, but I would approach people from that community that are lawyers and talk to them and ask them to help you with jobs. And you're going to find in Los Angeles, you're going to find thousands, or at least probably tens, if not hundreds of people that are Vietnamese attorneys or Japanese attorneys. And that's how I would lead that. I don't think you're going to have a lot of luck getting trademark jobs because even very talented trademark attorneys in Los Angeles from big firms have a hard time. So it's just, you wouldn't know that coming from a foreign country, but it's a very difficult practice area to break into. I don't think it's a good idea having these financial planning things on there if you want to work in a law firm. So you could do a lot of things. If you're interested in doing personal financial planning, you definitely could get a job being a financial planner and approaching people in the Japanese or Vietnamese community. But I think if you're trying to be an attorney, you really need to basically say, I have a JD and went to this college in whatever country. I'm admitted to California, New York, and here I am. I'm eager to work. I've been not doing anything for the past 5 years, but I want to do it now. And that's it. And that simple story is going to help you. If you start with all these other things about these certificates and things that are unrelated to trademark law, and it's a mess. I'm not saying you wouldn't understand this, but it doesn't tell a story. There's nothing. What is a story you're telling? I came over, I'm getting a financial planning job, and I got an LLM in intellectual property law, and I'm not going to tell you where I went to college. I'm admitted 5 or 6 years after I graduated from law school. And by the way, I also got an international trade certificate and a finance certificate before the bar. So I'm more interested in that. And none of this stuff. And then I'm a board member and a volunteer. None of this stuff helps this person. So everything on your resume needs to lead people to conclude one thing about you, preferably about you, and not many things. So the best thing that this person could do is, I'm from another country and eager to work and be committed. That's it. So that's all this person needs to say. So this is all the person needs to say. So if you start saying other things in your resume, then that's not good. Here, so if you eliminate all this stuff and you just say, I went to school and I'm admitted to these bars, and then you could just say, maybe during law school, instead of saying all that here, during law school, I did this, and just list a few things, did a few things, that sort of thing, whatever, internships and so forth. And then just did internships, etc. That's all you need to say. So if you do that, you're fine. And then you just lead with that. Because you don't have any real experience, the problem with having these finance certificates and all this other stuff is that people will conclude that you're not interested in practicing law, so you're trying all these other things, and why would they hire you? So you just have to put yourself in other people's position when they're reviewing this stuff and see how they would likely feel. Okay, so let me open the resume. I think there's another one. Okay, here's another one. Cut off the person's name. Oh my God, sorry, I got to enable editing. Give me a second. Okay, so let me share again. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this career summary, I don't know if it's a real name. Okay, you typically don't want to put your LinkedIn stuff on there. People will look you up, which is fine, but there's no reason to put that on there. And put your name, just name, then email, phone and email. Okay, so career summary. Okay, this person is a visionary and transformative legal advisor. Okay, so again, there's nothing, these are unnecessary. So this is the kind of thing that resume companies do. The other thing I don't like about this is the colors. Like when you put a bunch of colors, and I like these colors, I think it's very nice looking resume, but when you put a bunch of colors on your resume, basically they're leading with, I don't know what's called, flash over substance. I don't know, but it's not expected. And just really using simple colors and things are more helpful, because if you're not doing that, it just doesn't look right. So you can't do it. Okay, significant competencies. Again, you don't need to put all this on there. Innovation and cultural change, leadership, none of this stuff knows to be said. So I think we spoke a lot earlier about the importance of leaving this kind of stuff out. You don't want to put it on there. Okay, now this particular person is in Vietnam too. I guess we had another person, which is actually okay. And there's nothing, this is actually a very interesting resume. I'm assuming that this person is trying to work in the United States because they went and got an LM. Then their last job was a year ago. When did they get their LM? Oh, it's 2023. Okay, great. So they're trying to work in the United States right now. You probably want to be very careful about listing your GPA. Most graduate programs in the United States will expect you will do very well in terms of grades. It's not that in all places, but a lot of master's programs, like the average grade's an A. You need to be careful about that. Okay, pending, you would just say pending. Something along those lines. Okay. Georgia, I don't know I guess you can take the bar in Georgia if you get an LM. Okay. So all the stuff about being a visionary or transformative legal advisor, the reason you want to take that off is because you're essentially going to be probably, I'm assuming, you've been practicing quite a while for 11 years. But if you're going to try to get a job in the United States, there's probably a couple different options for this person. One of them is to work in a law firm, and the other is to work in a in-house role. And actually, an in-house role is a very interesting idea for this person, especially for a Vietnamese company in the United States or some place from Southeast Asia. So that's actually very interesting. But let's talk a little bit about what this person's doing. In this particular job, this person has been basically a senior associate at Baker McKenzie in the employment practice group. And all of this stuff here really is probably unnecessary. Leadership challenges and focal points. Just saying you're a labor and employment attorney there is probably enough. And you don't need to say EPG. There's no reason for that. Baker McKenzie is a well-respected firm. All of that is very good. But if you want to basically lead with being a labor and employment attorney, that's probably all you need was to say that. And then you're done. And then talking about M&As and business restructuring, your diligence is just detracting from you being a labor and employment attorney. And being a labor and employment attorney for looks like 2.5 years is great. And then all this other stuff, transactional details, probably is unnecessary. Legal advisor, I would probably just lead, I don't think it'd be dishonest to just talk about doing employment. And then somehow, if you want to talk about M&A, that's fine. But I would try to basically, you want to do whatever you can to give people to look like you do one thing. It's okay to have done M&A and then move to employment, but people are going to be more interested in you if you are doing one thing as opposed to doing a lot of different things. But these are all interesting jobs. There's nothing wrong with having done a bunch of different things, but in the US legal market, people are going to be more interested in you if it looks like you have experience doing one thing. I don't know. It's pretty odd I guess you were working as a legal advisor. So essentially since 2015, which is 8 years, this person has been working and doing legal work. Doing work related to labor and employment. And then from 2012 to 2015, it looks like they were doing something a little bit different. If you can talk more about employment in this Panasonic Industrial Devices job, that would be useful. Then these publications are actually interesting because one of them is about employment. So that's related. Someone needs to look at this resume, and I'll just write this down and say, committed labor and employment attorney. Employment attorney with expertise in Southeast Asia. That's it. Once you have that, you're going to be in really good shape. People are going to be like, wow, we love this person. And that's it. So I'm just to give you some, when I look at this resume, what do I see this person doing? I see probably going back to Southeast Asia, maybe working with US companies, trying to open and close offices there or factories. I see them maybe working for a US company with a lot of people in Vietnam, maybe in the US or in Vietnam. I see them potentially working for an international law firm, maybe in the US with lots of work in Southeast Asia, but employment is more litigation related and rule specific to different areas of the country. So I don't know that this person's going to have a lot of luck getting a position as an employment related attorney in the US, but it's possible. One of the things I would recommend that I don't like, when you call yourself a visionary and transformative legal advisor, that the problem is people, if you're trying to get a job, and essentially if you're coming to the US and trying to get a job, people are going to be most interested in you as an entry-level attorney. Entry-level attorneys are basically supposed to follow orders, be very hungry for work and that sort of thing. There's two things, and I'll actually end with this and then we'll go to questions, unless there's one more resume. But there's soldiers and then there's generals. So soldier, which comprises almost every attorney, even partners for the most part, but soldiers follow orders and do what's told without questions. Question and support the overall mission of the employer. That's it. No attention. No attention is drawn to them. They're soldiers, right? So they are soldiers. A lot of these in-house resumes that we've seen today are people trying to look like generals. And a general gives orders, comes up with a strategy, leads people beneath them, makes lots of strategic decisions and that sort of thing. Decisions, risk the future of the company and the future of employer, and responsible for it. Just a lot of things like that. Responsible, punishes people for stepping out of line. So the idea of the soldiers and the generals, if you look like a general, the problem with looking like a general is, first of all, you look like someone that, isn't going to follow orders, that thinks they know best, that is going to be very difficult to manage, and essentially is a threat to other generals. If you put two alpha people in the same room, when you watch political debates and you watch like someone like Donald Trump debating people, he will take them apart. And not because there's anything, because he's a super general alpha male and will take apart anyone he views as challenging him with insults, and it doesn't really matter. But the point is that you have generals and you have soldiers. And so if you want to get ahead and get a job for other people, with other people, working for other people, you need to look like a soldier. So you can't call yourself a visionary and transformative. You can be that person, but people are going to think this person is not able, we can't manage them. And that's the problem. You have to look like most people. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is they try to look like generals, thinking that's how they should look when they're really soldiers, when they really need to be soldiers, because people hire soldiers, they don't hire generals. And I can tell you, like, some of the most important attorneys in the United States working for big law firms are almost 100% soldiers with their employer. Now, they may be generals when they advise companies and attack them and everything, but they're essentially soldiers for their employer. So you need to be a soldier. That's just how it works. Same thing with a lot of times in-house attorneys. If an in-house attorney starts looking like a general, the CEO is the one that wants to be the general, and then you lose your job. So you have to be very careful. If you make a decision to be a soldier or a general, you better know what you're getting into if you decide to be a general, because generals are threatened by other generals. There's people above them, so those people will stomp them out if they look. There's just a bunch of issues, and there's no point in really going into a lot of detail about it, but that's just something to be aware of with how that stuff works. Let me see if I have any other resumes. I don't think I do, which is great. Let me just make sure there's no more. Okay, so I think that's probably most of them. Yeah, that's all of them. So let me go to questions right now. Okay, so someone asked about keywords, and no, you should not. You should never worry about it. I'd never worry about keywords. Not these. For the most part, the only keywords that you may want to include would be When you're describing your experience, you may want to, oh, I'm not even sharing. I apologize. Give me one, but I'm actually going to share in a second. Oh, hold on. Sharing? Oh, well, I'm going to share. Give me 1 second. I apologize. When you're describing your experience, and if you're doing one thing, you may want to include keywords related to your practice area. So let me show you how that would work real quickly. Just so everyone, oops, let me see here. 1 second. So this is not a good, sorry, I'm looking for a document online. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just looking for something here. Okay, on BCG, there are lists of practice areas, and I don't know descriptions. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to find, there, you have to basically, every practice area that there is, and there's, in BCG, if you search, let me just find it, right. So I'm not trying to, okay, there are, again, I can't find a BCG, but we have hundreds of practice area descriptions. The idea is you definitely, so I'll share the screen here for a second. You definitely want to you definitely want to use keywords related to your practice areas. An example would be antitrust has certain practice areas, lemon law has certain descriptions, and so forth. So the closer you are to the listing, to having keywords related to that, the more likely an employer will be to find you if you go into a resume database. That's really one of the most important things you can do, is to make sure you have those practice area descriptions listed. And there is I don't know what the URL is, but we do have something that talks a lot about that. Let me just see here. I'm going to go towards the end here. So this person says, it's a good question. Person says, give me 1 second. I have a strong background with numerous honors and awards, but a limited practical legal experience. How can I strike a balance between emphasizing my academic achievements and demonstrate? Okay, so that's a good question. So one of the problems with working as an attorney is lawyers, even though they have to go to school and do all these things, lawyers are not academics or intellectuals for the most part. Intellectuals and academics, they talk about theories and spend a lot of time thinking and theories and debate and non-practical related stuff. So that's one of the problems of being an academic or intellectual. Law firms just are not that excited about it. They don't like it if you went and get a master's degree, for example, in English, and they're just not excited about it. And the reason essentially is that it's just, lawyers have to give quick answers. They have to understand complex arguments and then reach conclusions. They're not interested in really debating all that. So intellectuals and people like that, many times the law firms are turned off by it. So you have to be very careful with that to some extent, and really overemphasizing your academics. And there's a balance to that, you're right. But the idea would be that for the most part, you need just to be very careful about too much emphasis on academics and not enough. Now, what can you emphasize? How can you emphasize academics? How to emphasize academic related stuff. So what you want to do is your resume should have a scent, meaning it should have a scent of whatever the practice area you want to do is. So what that means is whatever your coursework is as an undergraduate, then papers you've written, and papers and courses, papers in law school, internships, I don't know, you get the idea, etc. should lead people lead the reader of your resume to conclude that you're very interested in one thing or another. So interested in something. So the problem with a lot of resumes is that what ends up happening is the person writing the resume will put all these different things in and no one can figure out what they're interested in or what they want to do. So an example would be if you go to college and you major in, I don't know, healthcare, and then you come out and maybe you work for a couple of years in the healthcare industry, and then you go to law school and you do an internship or something with a healthcare law firm, or I don't know, or maybe you don't do anything. And then you come out and you go to get an LLM in healthcare law. Anybody in their right mind looking at your resume is going to conclude that you're very committed to healthcare law and that's what you should do. You can do the same thing with other practice areas, but you need to emphasize the academics in your resume that are relevant to a practice area. They could be relevant to any practice area, but they need to be relevant to something. So that's the way you need to fix that. Someone asked, will the recording be sent to the participants? Yes. So this will be this webinar will be put online probably sometime next week on BCG. And then when that happens, you can watch the resume critiques if yours is on there. It says, notice in the invitation that, so the question, I'm just going to answer it. The person says, there's not going to be a resume review next week. We've done all the ones we have today, but there will be one next quarter. Okay, this person says, I've had a gap in my experience, in my resume due to personal circumstances. Okay, so the personal circumstance could be anything. Frankly, it could be prison. I'm not joking. I've literally interviewed people before, but I am joking. It could be family, it could be physical or mental illness, whatever. Mental illness. Let's see. It could be a lot of things. It could be just hiatus, whatever. There's nothing wrong with taking a break. The only thing wrong with it is if it looks to people when they look at your resume that you're not being committed to coming back. So everything that's negative on your resume, can be overcome if it looks like this makes you hungrier, more grateful, harder working, whatever, need to prove something. So all those things, if there's something negative on your resume, that can help you, and it can help you. Anything that's negative can be overcome. So the only thing you need to do is you need to really give people the impression that if they take a chance on you, you're really going to freaking appreciate and work hard. And people like that. But if you don't do that, it's going to not, let's see here. Someone asked, were there only 10 left? No, there's a lot of people on this call. I don't know, maybe 100, I think, I don't know, but let's see here, 100 and some strategies can I use to highlight my pro bono work? Okay, so this is a good question. So this person is interested in pro bono work and social justice, which is absolutely 100% great. So there's nothing wrong with that. So we've talked a lot about law firm jobs, but if you want to talk about pro bono work and community involvement, then you can go all out. There's nothing wrong with this, but you just have to realize that you definitely, the more of the stuff you talk about, the less likely a law firm is going to be to hire you. You need to make sure that you're talking about this to the correct audience. So that's all. But the problem with putting this stuff on a law firm resume is law firms want to control you. Will you do the job? Can you do the job? Can you be managed? Can you be managed? Will you commit? Do the job long term? Long term. Do you want the job? All these sorts of questions. Obviously, if you're interested in something else, what the law firms does, then the law firm's not going to believe you can be managed. They're not going to believe that you're going to commit. They're not going to believe that you really want the job. There's nothing wrong with being interested in social justice and public service. Those are great things. But unfortunately, if you want to work for a law firm, it doesn't really fit what they need. Now, there are certain people that could be really good for that. It could be maybe certain types of criminal attorneys. And I'm not saying that's not something that law firms will be interested in, but you're much better off doing that stuff if you're trying to work in another environment times, especially if you're the only in-house counsel, it's perfectly fine. It's only with law firms that it's a problem, attorney or part of a small legal department. Sorry. So it's only with really law firms where that is where you're expected to be a specialist. Now, large companies usually do want specialists. They'll have specialists in labor, they'll have specialists in different things. But in terms of GC roles for smaller companies, yes, it's good to be a generalist. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So this person asked a good question. I think they were the in-house contracts attorney that were unemployed, widespread layoffs. Yeah. No positions. Yeah. You can, if you're laid off from an in-house position, you could basically say something along the lines of you could say on your resume, you could say, or you could talk about a part of a layoff of the entire legal department or something along those lines or something. Company, you could say something along the lines in your resume about that, and it would be fine. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. But for the most part, you're better off not saying anything about it. A lot of people always have questions about layoffs on these calls and our meetings. One of the things that the problem with layoffs is that, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but when a law firm or a company lays people off, many times, not so much in companies, but in law firms, the people that are the most valuable, they're billing the most hours, getting the most work are never let go. Whereas the people that aren't necessarily doing that aren't always let go. Now, it's not that it's different if you're like a first year attorney or second year even laid off, but for the most part, that kind of rule applies. But if you're part of a company layoff or something, a lot of times too, what's scary about companies, I do almost all law firm placements, but what's scary about companies is being in-house. Is that what happens is a lot of times with these companies, they will decide they're going to let go, or that a new general counsel comes in or a new CEO comes in, and those people will typically want to have their own people. And so they'll let go a lot of times people that are in the legal department. So you have a lot of times much less job security and in your job. Okay, so this person says, and I'm not going to show their question. So that's one of the things that's scary. Sometimes we're going to attorney and other times a manager for management jobs will produce large gaps in employment. So all of the stuff that I'm saying, just remember, the advice I'm giving you is really from the standpoint of what it takes to get a job in a law firm. So being a manager and an attorney is okay, but it's not going to get you jobs in a law firm unless it's an administrative role. Attorney is going to make it difficult to get jobs as an attorney, but other types of jobs makes it difficult to get a job as an attorney. But other types of positions in a law firm, which will be things like other types of roles, which could be a company or sometimes an administrator in a law firm, it can be very good. There's lots of managerial jobs inside of law firms you can get. But if you have that multiple experience, then multiple different types of experience, it's going to make it much more difficult for you to get jobs in law firms. It's just how it works as an attorney. And those gaps that you have, you don't want to have large gaps in employment. But again, if your career has kind of gone in a different direction than being a full-time attorney, and you're doing other sorts of things, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with you having different experience on your resume. That's it. So let's see here. These are great questions. So I appreciate the questions. I apologize. I would like to answer them while I'm doing resumes reviews a lot of times, but this is a little bit, doing specialization in specific area of law. How can I showcase a credential and stand out? Okay, so these credentials, a lot of times, there's a certain way that kind of law firms think about them. So I don't know, these certificates and credentials and things are useful. But not really. So there's some certified information privacy professional, and which is a new practice area. I don't know what it's called, privacy or something, because that's a new practice area and it's new and most people don't know about it. But for the most part, certificates are not that useful. I remember I was getting a clerkship. I was doing a clerkship. I had a federal clerkship and I was clerking at a giant New York law firm over the summer. And some of the partners were like, people at Cravath would never think of doing a clerkship or Wachtell, because it's just, they're going to learn a lot more working at the firm. And it's just like a BS type of thing. That's how they thought about it. And to some extent, the truth behind that statement is a lot of these certificates are just watered down ways to get experience or expertise in something that really you should be getting in a law firm. And that's how they think about it. And certain certificates or certain things will help you stick out, but they have to be really related to what you're doing. And then they have to basically be something that really makes you stick out. So you just need to think about how that would work. Okay, let's see here. So what is the best way? That's next question. What is the best way to show certified information privacy professional certification on my resume? Yeah, so you absolutely, this is one you can list it on your resume. You list it at the end. You don't list it right in the top. You list it on your resume. So that's perfectly fine. And a lot of law firms and companies are looking for that right now. And I said that earlier, this particular qualification, because it is a kind of a new practice of law. It's something that would be good to list in your resume. Okay, yeah, so if a company has changed subsequent to your departure or is now defunct, you could say that on your resume. Say that on the experience section under the company name. That's it, under your experience. That's all you need to do. Okay, so this person asked an interesting question. They said, the resumes we looked at all listed experience with a job history. What about leading off with describing experience in one section and then listing employers in section? Yeah, that's actually interesting. I think what you could do is you could basically experience, and you could just, what I liked about that is you could just say M&A attorney. You could say what I like is you could say have been an M&A attorney, an example, mergers and acquisitions, or something like that. Acquisitions attorney since 1999 or whatever. And that's worked at specializing in technology mergers, something like that, mergers and private placement mergers, something along those, something like that. And then you could put firm name, firm one, dates, something like that, firm two, or something like that. And that's actually interesting. I've never seen that, but that's cool. You could do something like that. And I like that. I think firms would like that too. And if there were too many firms, and you could just say, you would say experience, and then you would say, 1999 to 2003, or I don't know, example, 1999, or let's do 2000 and 2004 to, 2000 and 2022. I don't know, but you get the idea. And then you could list something like that. Actually would be pretty smart. I like that. Or you could even take out those dates and then just put the dates there. And then you wouldn't need to have a lot of experience there. And then what you could do, what's also interesting for corporate attorneys, they don't really do it as much as they should or used to, but corporate attorneys can always list their experience and always have transaction sheets. So they would, you don't need to have transactions. So if you're a corporate attorney or a patent attorney or different, even real estate, you can always have transaction sheets. And so you don't need to go into a lot of detail on your resume. And then you can just put the different firms, whatever you worked at, and then you would have the transaction sheet to go along with them. That can be very helpful. Okay, this person asked, should you use phrases for the job during your description? And the answer really is no, you don't need to. No, you don't need to do that. Most of the time when an employer reads your resume, they're just going to look at where you worked and what your experience was. And if it's related to what they have, they'll bring you in. And most of the time, really what they're interested in is they're interested in the quality of your past employers and the quality of your past experience. But using phrases from the job posting or description is not something that's really necessary. So it's a good question. As this person says, give me a second. I only have real life experience in modeling, dance, and being a waiter. I'll leave it all out. So is that a good move? Yeah, it's fine. You could also say other experience or something. I don't know if it's not related. You could just say prior to law school, you could put that in. People like people that have had other careers doing dance, modeling, waiting. That's actually okay. But at the same time, you could just have a line, supported myself through school as a professional model, dancer, and waiter. You could put that in. It makes you more interesting, but at the same time, you don't want to detract from whatever your legal experience is. So that is not always necessary. You need to be careful. But again, like one of the big things that I want to make sure everyone on this call understands, and certainly sticking around for this long call is I'm giving this all I got standing here, but for your standpoint, you'll learn a lot. But most of the time, when your resume is demonstrating your skill as an advocate, your own advocate, and as your own advocate, and therefore as an attorney. A good attorney, just think about all these police shows or lawyer shows you may have watched where someone takes someone that's not guilty and gets them off by portraying them a certain way, or someone that is guilty, how the prosecutor frames the stuff, and it's the stuff they say and the stuff they don't say. And there's always issues with prosecutors not turning over exculpatory evidence and people getting convicted. And so my point to you is that anything you put on your resume needs to basically get people's attention and make them feel that that there's something special about you, that they're on your side, that they care about you, and they're like you. We saw today someone that was from Japan or Vietnam and had never had a real job. How do you frame that? You make people, you try to figure out how to get people to like you and to take an interest in you. And if you don't have no experience, you've been a modeling, dancer, and waiter, people will like that. They'll say, wow, this person, all these cool jobs and an interesting background, and then you get people to like you. And so your resume has to get people to like you. And in order to do that, you can make them feel sorry for you. You can make them believe that they can help you. You can make them think that you're awesome. But a lot of these mistakes that we've seen people make is when they try to look like generals, or they try to do all these other things, or they don't make people like you because they call themselves visionary leaders and all this kind of thing. And so you have to make people like you and want to help you. And that's one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, is they're so focused on their ego and how they look and how cool they are, what a big deal they are. And that's a huge problem. People don't like people that try to look like they're better than others, are really good and stuff. It just doesn't work. So you need to be able to portray yourself in that sort of way and think about how that's done. Okay. This is a good question. So this person says, if I want to switch my area of practice, having worked consistently in only one area of the law since graduation, do you have any recommendations? So my recommendation is to do a couple different things. Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time when someone's switching practice areas, they're really doing so because they're just not happy practicing law. You can be all different types of attorneys, but ultimately it comes down to if you're happy practicing law. So what happens to most people when they switch practice areas, it's the same thing. And they're also not unhappy. And you're also starting from ground zero if you switch practice areas. So that may be something you want to do, or it may not be. It's up to you. But if you switch practice areas, it's going to be, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. And a lot of practicing law, a lot of people would say is practicing law. Now, I think transactional work is completely different than litigation. So that's my opinion. But a lot of people would say practicing law is practicing law. What I would recommend, my recommendations would be, if you really want to switch practice areas, typically what you're going to have to do is, and if you're in a law firm, you're going to have to do the following. It's not that difficult, and it can be done, but you have law firms with different prestige levels. So, your 5 are the best and greatest. Most of them are in New York, some of them are in LA, but best and greatest law firms. You have the best and greatest, which are your 5s, hardest to get jobs at, then your 4, which are AmLaw 100 and 200 for the most part, and great boutiques. And then you have your 3s, which are your mid-level, middle level firms. mainly working for businesses. And then you have your twos, which are mainly working for individuals, but some companies. And then you have your ones, which are just all individuals with limited budgets. And this is important to understand. So anyone can get, I don't care where you graduated from law school, I don't care your experience. Almost any attorney there is, it doesn't matter, can get a job at a one firm and even a two firm for the most part, working for individuals. So the reason is individuals don't have a lot of money to spend. The law firms can't pay a lot. And so that's just how it is. And so you have consumer bankruptcy, you may have, I don't know, but personal injury, most insurance defense that does auto accident defense is actually working for individuals, even the insurance company. So most people, anyone on this call can get a job at a one or two firm. And this is, by the way, where 90% of all legal jobs are. So it may not be working, maybe it's 80 to 90. I don't know what the number is. The substantial majority are at one and two firms working for individuals or small companies. And then when you start substantial number of firms. So that's that. That's really all you need to understand, is that the substantial number of jobs are with these one and two firms. So that should basically give you an idea that anyone that wants to work in one of these firms can, for the most part. I mean, there's always people that will hire you. It's not going to be the money you want all the time, but there always are. You can also start your own firm at a one or two firm. It's not the kind of salaries that you hear about. Now that you're 5, 4, and 3 firms. So let's say you're at a 4 firm and you're doing corporate and you want to go to do environmental law at a smaller firm, at another firm. There's no way in hell that a 5 firm or a 4 firm is going to hire you if you want to switch practice areas. You may be able to get a job at a 3 firm. And what you would have to do in most cases, you probably have to work in a smaller market. And that's a smaller market. So an example would be, I know someone that was a patent attorney at a big firm in Palo Alto and wanted to be an environmental attorney. And she ended up moving to a mid-sized firm in Sacramento or Fresno or something. Not the place that, I think she went to Michigan and it was great. Not the sort of place that, and so that's what you can do. So the only thing you do is just switch practice areas. You just need to move down the prestige level of the firm you're at. So if you're at a 3 firm and you want to switch practice areas, most of the time you'd probably need to work for a 2 firm, meaning these firms are not going to pay as much. They're less stable. They're not the places that everyone's trying to get jobs at. They don't have these high market salaries. That's fine. Same thing with a 4 firm. And so this is just how it works. So anybody can switch practice areas. I don't think it's always a good idea, because I think that if you switch practice areas, you're going to get yourself into trouble, because in most cases, you're going to have to move down the prestige level of the firm. You're going to be starting from ground zero. I'm not sure what you're going to get out of it other than experience doing a different type of law. And why does it appeal to you more? It may appeal because there's more client contact, or you think the work's more important, or it represents something for you, like maybe working in environmental law represents someone. I don't know. But for the most part, it's not always a great idea to switch practice areas, because most of the time doesn't lead to, it's not always the best idea. Now, there are different types of practice area switches. The ones that I'm most concerned about and saying negative things about are the practice area switches you can switch from practice area switches. So you can go from transactional. So there's 2 types of attorneys. There's transactional attorneys, and then there's litigation attorneys. So what I'm most concerned about is if you make this, so transaction could be corporate, real estate, that kind of thing. And then your litigation is commercial litigation. That's different types of litigation. If you try to make a switch from transactional to litigation, that's like starting from zero. Same thing with making a switch from litigation to transactional. What I notice is when people are really trying to switch practice areas, it's like when there's a really good economy, litigators want to be transactional attorneys, and there's a really bad attorney. The economy, sometimes corporate attorneys will do that. But it's actually not as dangerous at all to switch from one transactional practice area to another, or one litigation position to another. So those are not that complex, and you can actually have a lot of fluidity in your resume, and it's not, they're different types of law, but switching within transactional is actually okay. And then what you can do later is you can, if you're ever trying to do something else, you can make it look like everything blends together, and that's actually much better. But if you have this kind of big change in terms of your practice area, and then people are these are kind of the problems you get into, and I'll just show you these real quickly. It's back to these things I was talking about earlier, which are, can you do the job? Can you be managed? Will you commit and do the job long term? Obviously, these are some questions that people are going to have if you're switching practice areas, and it can make it much more difficult. Okay, what if my past experience includes different foreclosure law positions due to firm closure layoffs and document review jobs due to a need for a job? Okay. Now trying to focus on privacy and security law. I've earned a recent master's degree. That's great. And several. Okay. Should all prior experiences not related be removed from the resume? If yes, is a career large cap. So there's nothing wrong with that. But what you need to do is you need to eliminate lots of descriptions of these previous jobs. So you wouldn't want to, I wouldn't put a lot of stuff about foreclosure. I wouldn't put a lot of stuff about document review. I would just basically try to write your experience and basically just name kind of the law firms you worked in and or some of the work you've done, and be general about it, because you're essentially trying to go into a new practice area after getting a master's degree. And that's great, but you need to be very careful about how you word your previous experience. So I could give you all sorts of examples. It's if I don't know, I'm not going to give you any examples, but it's just very difficult. If you've looked like one type of attorney and now you're trying to be completely different, people are going to wonder, like, why did this person have to become a doc? Why couldn't they get a job? Why couldn't they? Because the idea is that as an attorney, you're responsible for being your own advocate. And how can you advocate for clients if you can't advocate for yourself and get a job? It's not that big of a deal, but it's just one way to think about it. And so you need to be very careful how you word that. You definitely want to put down your previous employers, but try not to say anything, if you can, about foreclosure law or document review. You can certainly change your practice area, but you want to be very careful how you word things. So I talked a lot today so far about how to change the wording of things on your resume, so that hopefully, and your experience and how to block it together. And because you want people to look at your resume and really think nothing but you want them to think this. You want them to think whatever your degree is in, you want them to really focus on that and not see a lot of other stuff, because they'll reach conclusions about you. You want them to reach conclusions that this is a really good person to do this type of work, and not reach conclusions about what's happened to you in the past. Because I guess the idea I'm trying to give you is the past tends to repeat itself. If you went to law school, you couldn't get a job, or you got a job with all these firms that were not great firms at all, were not a business. And then you had to be in. The idea would be that whatever happened to you in the past is probably going to repeat itself. So you try to de-emphasize the past. I know attorneys that have been professional models, for example, and they do not talk about it. They spent or even nude models and things. I know one person that did that and actually changed their name because they didn't want to be associated with that. And so people have all these things, bad things that they've done, or bad things and I don't think being a nude model is a bad thing, but I'm just saying things that they don't want other people to know about. And so if you have to basically let your past go and try to look like a different person. And you probably could be, because you've learned things and you've gotten this master's degree, and so that's how I would do it. The only other thing I would say is, and this is something to really think hard about, is everyone on this call that wants to be an attorney, that have done all these other things, like sometimes I don't understand it. And I'll just tell you why. One of my neighbors is this guy. He's no longer alive. I think he died of a cocaine overdose, which I didn't even know was possible, but I think his heart stopped or something. But started this immensely successful credit card company after graduating from, I think, Whittier Law School, and became worth $100+ million, and then used the money to gamble and use cocaine. Died when he was very young, 50 or something. But the point is that You don't need to be an attorney. Like, why? I'm just telling you from my personal point of view, I can tell you what you need to do, but why be part of a profession? And this is a question that I ask, that's so hostile and unwelcoming and makes it so difficult. And because the doors do open to people, but if you're never going to succeed at the level you want, is that good for your, the point is someone that's motivated enough to go to law school and take the time to do that and learn. And I'm showing you all the stuff you need to do. But is that, if the profession is so closed and so difficult, is that always the best use of your time to pursue something that's so unwelcoming when you are so motivated and went to law school? And the legal profession, by the way, is unwelcoming to everyone. I went to great college, it was really well. I went to a great law school, I did really well. I got a great summers, and I still thought the frickin' profession was hostile. So I think the profession is actually very hostile and unwelcoming to most people. Even if you go to Harvard Law School, it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel welcoming. Even if you go to Yale Law School, it doesn't feel welcoming. It's harsh. It's a harsh profession. It's not fun. It's fun, but there's a lot of things that aren't welcoming about it. So my point is, to a lot of people on this call, and I just want you to understand, is that with your skills and motivation, taking yourself into different professions and things could be very smart. It could be a great use of your time, a great use of your energy, and actually make you much happier than being part of a profession that, frankly, is very difficult to feel welcome in. And so I'm not trying to psych anybody out, but I'm just saying that a lot of people try to pursue this legal profession forever, and it never opens up to them in the way they want. And is that smart? Is that a smart use of your time? It will open up. I know plenty of people that graduated from law school, never got jobs, but were so motivated, started their own business, meaning opened their own firms, and now are made millions of dollars and worth a lot of money and stuff. So you can definitely do well, but trying to frame your resume and everything, which is what this meeting is about, for other people and to get other people's approval and stuff, when maybe you could put your effort into something else and actually do very well, would be smart. I'm going to tell you a quick story, and then I'm going to do the rest of these questions. And there's only a couple more, but I did want to tell you a quick story. So I went to college at the University of Chicago, and I did better than I could have imagined there. But then in the summers, I had this asphalt business where I would go around and do work on driveways. And then eventually I got into commercial stuff, and I did very well financially doing it. And so well that I was like, why am I trying to go to law school? Why am I doing all these things when I'm having so much fun doing this, and it just keeps getting better and better, and there's a need for what I'm doing. I was very excited about it. But one day I'm from this, like, my business, a lot of the work I did was in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, which is this, used to be it still is, but it used to be considered like a very posh suburb of Detroit. And this is back when Detroit was like one of the hottest places in the world because of all the industry and things that were going on there. So there's a lot of really big houses, and they're used to country clubs, and just a very nice place. And so one day I was out doing this asphalt work, and I was working on this guy's house that was one of the nicest homes in this whole city. It had pools and just giant, it was a very nice house. And not only that, but the guy collected Ferraris and had them in his garage. And I was like, wow, this is really something. Who is this guy? And so I started talking to him, and he'd gone to Duke Business School or something, and come out and worked in a bank in Detroit. And then incredibly started this business where this is hard to believe, but he started this business where he was basically cleaning windows of homes around Grosse Pointe. And in Michigan, you have the summers, and then you have the fall and the spring and the winter. And so you have all these seasons where you can go out and clean windows. And I realized the more I talked to him that he was making, I don't know, $600,000-$700,000 a year. Not only that, but a ton of it was in cash. I don't need to tell you about that. But so he was making an incredible amount of money. Right now, this is so long ago, that'd be probably like $1.5 million to $2 million a year. I don't know what it'd be, but it'd be at least double. Basically washing windows. He would send out these crews of people. He would charge $200 or $300 for a house, and he would send out these guys that he was paying $10 an hour, and two of them would clean the windows in a house in an hour, and he'd charge $300, and they would go and do 8 or 9 houses a day. And and all he was doing was cleaning windows. Didn't require an education, didn't require anything. And yet he was on top of the world. He had a beautiful house and all the money he needed and sports cars and was very fulfilled. Now, I don't know that would fulfill me because I like what I'm doing and helping people. But if your goal is financial in nature, or it's, I don't know, but whatever your goal is, or feeling a sense of independence and security, all this guy did was sit around and smoke cigars, and he didn't like to put miles on his Ferrari, so he would just sit there revving them in his driveway. Pretty interesting guy, and I stayed in touch with him. But the point is that you don't need to be successful. You don't need to practice law. You don't need to work for other people. You don't need to do things that you think you need to do for respectability. I mean, you can do all sorts of things, and that's my point. Trying to appease others and go into a profession that's just hostile and is, I don't know. You have to think about that. And I'm just trying to give you some advice, because there's a lot of ways to be happier, and being in a law firm or in an unwelcome profession is pretty crazy, man. It may not be in your best interest. And so you just need to be very careful about committing to something. And a lot of times people will decide they want to practice law because that means respectability, or it means a high income, but frankly, is it respectful to be part of a profession that pushes so many people out? It's so difficult. I don't know. Even in my role, I think it's hostile. Firms aren't always nice. They're like, oh, we're not interested in these people. It's just, it's what it is. You just have to think about it. Okay, law student thinks national security was a concentration. Okay, I don't know this person's question, but typically you definitely don't want to. I don't think it's always a good idea to see you have a concentration when you're in law school, because there really is no such thing. But I guess you could put that on there, but you would need to be careful about that. Okay, let me see here. A lot of questions. We're going to call for 5 hours. I'm getting most of these questions up. Let me see here. So this person says, a law student, thanks so much for the feedback. Oh, that's not it. I'm sorry. In pursuing an in-house role, would you recommend including or removing an event? Let me see here. Planning business from your resume that has transferable skills. Yes, I would remove it. So the reason is because it's not really relevant. This you may think is relevant, but come on. It's not necessarily, are the contracts and negotiation as significant as they would be working for an international company with offices around now? Again, anything that detracts from how strong your resume looks is not, or that it's okay to have a career gap. There's nothing at all wrong with having a career gap. It can be difficult to overcome, but life happens and no one is going to be that upset about it. Let me see if there's anything I missed. I don't think there is. Just here. Okay, so I'll answer this person's question. This is an earlier question, but I'll answer it. So I went to Brown, Northwestern. I've been out, but I received feedback that it should be at the top. What are your thoughts? No, I think you don't need to put that at the top. One of the problems too is that if you list all these great schools, and I don't know what's going on with your career right now, but if you list all these great schools and then not a lot has happened in your career, then it doesn't, what does this show with the schools? So a lot of times, if you're not doing as well as you would like to, and your schools are really good, people will say, why is this person not doing that great? So the role of schools in your resume, all schools show, and they do show a lot. Getting into Brown is next to impossible. And probably, I think Northwestern is it's a top 10 school. It's also next to impossible, and law review. These are all really good things, but all schools show is your motivation. They show your motivation. They show your past academic success, your how smart you are, meaning your intelligence. At least it does now. They're starting to eliminate them, measured by test. And what else? And then your ability to impress people that are writing you recommendations. People writing you recommendations, and that's etc. So that's what they show. They don't show much more than that. It doesn't mean that because you did all these things, you're going to be successful. It doesn't mean any of that. If anything, I think it doesn't really work that way. But a lot of people are actually hurt by going to good schools because they have a sense of entitlement and and that hurts them, or other things that happen. Like for everyone that's been on this call and meeting today, frankly, like you are freaking really smart, because there's really no one that can show you this stuff from my perspective, at least. And all this stuff will help you a great deal. And you can watch these recordings again. But it's extremely smart learning this, because most people that go to good schools think they know everything. And because of that, it can hold them back, or they have a sense of entitlement. They think they should make a certain amount of money, or they think that their academic success means they're going to be a good attorney. It has nothing to do with it. It does get you in the door and open doors, but if you don't have commitment, you don't stay around, it doesn't really matter in the long run, your schools. It gets you early experience that can translate into very important other jobs, but it doesn't do anything with that. One of the problems with schools is, the other thing is, if you go to school and maybe you're admitted for not because of your academic success, or not because of your test scores, or I don't know why that would be. Sometimes people get into schools because their parents are donors, or who knows, and it's not really my concern, but it can also hold you back, because if you go to a really good school and then you come out and you don't have good jobs, and people are like, why this? It can hurt you. But yeah, all this stuff about putting your school on top, people, when you get out and you're more than a few years out of school, the only thing people care about is your experience and what you've done with your experience, and what you've done with the advantages you've been given. That's all they care about. And if nothing has happened with that, then having your school emphasized is not necessarily going to help you. So that's something that I would just think about with your school. People like the good schools. It shows a lot about your past, but what are you doing in the future? So that's really the most important question that people have. And people like it. People love hiring people from top law schools, but they don't love it when the person has an attitude and all that other kind of stuff. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being on this call. I think I got most of the questions, and I appreciate all the resumes. We may be doing, I think about this for next week, but I may do a cover letter workshop. Those typically aren't as popular as this particular webinar, but this topic, and I do this every quarter. I will do it again the next quarter. And I certainly appreciate everyone being on this call. Everyone, I think, learned a lot. I appreciate all the questions, and everyone that sat around having their resume reviewed. I know that that's not easy, especially when you feel that things are critical. But honestly, I think having someone tell you this stuff and understand what people are looking for could really hopefully change the direction of your career. I very much appreciate everyone being here today, and I hope this stuff helped. And then probably next week we'll do a cover letter workshop. So thank you, and I'll talk to everyone next week. Bye.